Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to begin planning and zoning meeting for April 6th. Could you stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming this evening. I have to announce to you first that I am a school teacher. Therefore, I have procedures, and so does this meeting. I'd first of all like council to read the rules and procedures for the meeting.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Before I start, I just want you to focus your attention on that far table over in the corner as I speak and provide this notice. All persons who anticipate speaking on any public hearing item must fill out an oath card to be heard on that agenda item and sign the oath contained thereon. These cards are located on the table near the entrance to the council chamber or may be obtained from the recording secretary. This meeting will be conducted in accordance to the procedure adopted in Resolution number 24-1997. Those speaking in favor of a request will be heard first. Those opposed will be heard second, and those who wish to make a public comment on the item will speak third. The applicant may make a brief rebuttal if necessary. A representative for either side, for or against may cross-examine a witness. Anyone who speaks is considered a witness. If you have photographs, sketches, or documents that you desire for the commission to consider, they must be submitted into evidence and will be retained by the city. Please submit such exhibits to the recording secretary. Please be advised that the following board members, Linwood V. Rice and Thomas Perez, are dual members for Planning and Zoning Commission and Titusville Environmental Commission, and these board members are permissible participants at each of these respective board meetings. For those of you just entering, if you would like to speak, you must fill out an oath card at the table that you've just passed entering the room. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Counselor. Clerk, could you please read the roll?
Chairwoman Spido.
Here.
Vice Chairman Richardson.
Here.
Secretary Grant.
Here.
Member Perez.
Here.
Member Rice.
Here.
Member Aton.
Here.
Member Riley.
Here.
Alternate Member Faison.
Here.
Alternate Member Childs.
Thank you so much. Let me remind you again that the commission is made up of all community volunteers. We're taking our time and our energy to listen to you and to thoughtfully be polite. We expect the same grace. Thank you. I'm going to change the agenda to move up item E, commissioners, and F. We'll start at item E, please. Do I need to approve the minutes first? Yes, I do.
Yes.
Okay. Approval of the motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting, please.
I move to we approve the minutes of March 16th, 2022.
Do you have a second, please?
Second.
Say aye. All that approve, say aye, please.
Aye.
Any nays? Thank you. The motion is approved. You're also going to have to tolerate the fact that I can't see very well tonight, so I will do my best. New business, and we'll start with A, staff, or E, staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good evening. This first item 9E, is the Marina Ordinance, begins on page 218 of 252. Section 28-143 of the code does not permit marinas and yacht basins as a use within the uptown subdistrict of the downtown mixed-use DMU zoning district. Research into the history of the DMU zoning district indicates that the exclusion of marinas from the uptown subdistrict may have been based upon the intent to redevelop the site of the Westland Marina into a mixed-use development. However, the multifamily project has not materialized, and the code as written does not reflect the continued operation of the existing marina east of North Washington Avenue. In addition, Conservation Policy 1.10.3 states that new and existing marinas which service boats with onboard facilities shall be required to provide sewage pump out and to provide the appropriate effluent disposal method. The proposed ordinance is being amended to reflect this requirement. Finally, the current code also requires that developments within the uptown subdistrict include a minimum of 20% residential. Coastal Management Policy 1.4.4 states that priority shall be given to water-dependent uses in the DMU east of North Washington Avenue. As residential is a water-enhanced use rather than a water-dependent use, the requirement for residential uses to be developed at marinas in the uptown subdistrict is recommended for deletion. Additionally, if you'll turn to page 226 of 252, you'll notice that the use table changes the current key permitted use. Excuse me, I lost my page, 1 second. So currently the code has a P for permitted use in the civic waterfront subdistrict of the DMU, and that is being changed to an L, permitted use with limitations. Again, to incorporate that change, that the requirement from the comprehensive plan that requires a pump out use. So previously, P, the use would have been permitted without any limitations requiring that pump out facility, and the limitation is supposed to indicate that that pump out facility is now required to establish the use.
Any additional information? That's it? Okay. Clerk, are there any cards on this item, please?
No.
Cards? Commissioners, what questions do you have? Third? Yes. Ms. Riley.
Has
thank
there
you.
been a problem with sewage pump out? Has the marina not been doing that? Not been offering that?
The current marina does not have pump out facilities because the code was required it after, or the comprehensive plan did not carry over that requirement into the land development code, and so that was it's a non-conforming marina at this point. There's an anticipation for redevelopment at the site, and so with this requirement, any new marina facility or redevelopment of the marina would require a pump out.
So did this come up with staff studying the requirements and realizing that they didn't conform?
This initially came up with the conditional use permit at Kennedy Point Marina, where that requirement of the comprehensive plan was noticed and was required as part of that CUP. And so now this is being addressed in the other
Okay.
section.
All right, thank you.
Member Perez.
Eddie, I was wondering, would you define water enhanced versus water dependent? I'm not familiar with that. That last paragraph before you went into the alternatives, as residential is a water enhanced use rather than a water dependent use.
Can you give me a page number?
Yeah, 218. Right before the alternatives.
So that's just simply saying that residential uses are not dependent on being waterfront. They may benefit, they may have an enhanced value because they have waterfront, but a residential use is not dependent on being near the water.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Member Rice.
Yeah, two questions. The existing marina with the pump out, you said would be a non-conforming use, so therefore they would not have to put in the pump out facilities?
Correct. So my understanding is that there's not existing pump out facility at that marina. If they were to continue to operate, then that use is basically grandfathered, is non-conforming. If redevelopment occurs at the marina, then that's when a pump out facility would be required.
Okay, and then my second question is, if a redevelopment did occur there, does this change prohibit having the residential like the original ordinance said, or for a marina? Because it said 20% was what we're striking now. Would it prohibit them from doing that if they so desired down the road?
So on page 228, superscript 1 at the bottom of the table is the added language. It says marinas in the uptown subdistrict shall not be required to provide a residential component. So it's not prohibiting them from providing.
It doesn't prohibit it, but it's not required.
Correct.
Is what I'm hearing. Okay.
Additional questions? Seeing none? Any commissioners? Discussion? Approval or tabled? Mr.
Yeah,
Ross?
I'll move for approval of item 9E, which it doesn't have an ordinance number yet. It's just XX200222,
I'll second that.
as recommended by staff.
Member Riley?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Commissioner? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Member Riley,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Richardson,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Aton,
Yes.
Secretary Grant,
Yes.
Member Rice,
Yes.
Chairwoman Spidell.
Yes. Thank you very much. Can we move on to agenda item F, please?
Yes, ma'am. Item 9F, car rental agency ordinance, begins on page 232. In August of 2021, City Council directed staff to review Section 28-107, requiring car rental agencies as a conditional use in the Midtown Subdistrict of the Downtown Mixed Use District. In response to Council's request that staff can reconsider the need for a conditional use in the Midtown Subdistrict, staff has developed an ordinance establishing car rental agencies as a limited use. Proposed standards for the use are lot size greater than 1/2 acre and less than 2.5 acres, direct access to a collector or arterial roadway, shall not include recreational vehicles or heavy truck rentals, and shall not utilize on-street parking of vehicles offered for rent. If you'll turn to page 240. Again, this is the use table, car rental agencies, and the C has been changed to an L. So the conditional use requirement has been changed to make this a permitted use with certain limitations. And again, that goes back to council's direction after they heard a car rental agency CUP that you also heard recently. Council reconsidered whether that was necessary and directed staff to change it from requiring a public hearing as a CUP to making it a permitted use with certain limitations.
Member Richardson?
Yes, I have a question regarding recreational vehicles not allowed, because this location is right next door to a recreational vehicle dealer. So I don't see what the problem is in renting recreational vehicles.
Sure. The idea was to limit it from larger vehicles, but you're right that is also the case at a neighboring property. If the commission is interested in striking that condition, you may recommend doing so.
Additional comments and questions? Seeing none. Are there cards on this, clerk?
No cards.
No cards? Any additional questions from commissioners? Calling for a motion? Member Richardson?
I would move we recommend approval of the ordinance relating to car rental agencies in downtown mixed-use districts, but we strike does not include recreational vehicles, leaving heavy truck rentals in the ordinance.
Any additional questions or comments from commission? Call for a motion.
Second.
Mr. Elton,
I'll second.
you're seconding. Thank you very much. Roll call vote, clerk?
Secretary Grant,
Yes.
Member Riley,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Richardson,
Yes.
Member Rice,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Aton,
Yes.
Chairwoman Spido.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'd like to return to agenda item D, please. Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am. Item 9A, conditional use permit number 2, 2022, Independence Recycling, begins on page 9 of 252.
Staff, please.
The applicant, Michael Anderson, on behalf of Independence Recycling of Florida, is requesting a CUP to operate a concrete recycling facility at 84 Golden Knights Boulevard. The concrete recycling facility is a recycling and mulching/composting facility use per section 28-217, which requires a CUP. Future land use designation on the property is industrial. The subject property is within the airport impact area overlay and is limited to a maximum building height of 50 feet. So this is an aerial. Again, the zoning on the property is industrial, M2. The current property, or the current use of the property is currently vacant, and the proposed use is a concrete recycling facility. The staff report in your agenda tonight, you would have noticed that staff did not recommend approval. Since then, the applicant has submitted a revised concept plan and additional information that's available in your Agenda Star folder tonight on your laptops. And staff has updated the staff report as well in your Agenda Star to reflect that staff is now recommending approval. If you will open the Agenda Star and open that revised staff report, I wanted to direct you to the conditions that staff is recommending. So in the Agenda Star, you'll go to the CUP 2022 folder, and the file name is Staff Report CUP. If you need help, let me know, and I'll show you where it's at.
You want to hit on the star agenda, and I don't see the index either. Which of these? Everybody got it? Soon? Coming along? CUP.
So in this revised staff report on page 10 of 10, staff is recommending four conditions of approval. The first is that a type D buffer, a minimum of 30 feet in width, is required along all property boundaries. That at a minimum, a 6-foot tall opaque fence is required along Golden Knights Boulevard. That a water-based dust suppression system is required on site. And that the applicant submit a sound study or similar evidence of the facility's ability to operate in compliance with section 13102 sound limitations, which requires 65 decibels being the maximum noise limitation prior to issuance of a site development permit. See if there's additional information for you. No, that's all I have.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 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 T
I guess I can shed a little bit of light as well on the past recommendation. Why we couldn't recommend approval was for three key reasons. The buffer width did not meet the minimum requirements. The estimated quantity of material to be processed on the site had not been submitted, and the improved surfaces to the stockpiles had not been addressed. So you'll see in the updated concept plan, the buffer widths have been increased to now show the staff recommendation of 30 feet. The estimated quantity has been submitted in that 60,000 tons of material annually. And finally, the improved surfaces to stockpiles has been addressed by showing the total processing area of the site.
Grant.
Mr. Galindo, what about on page 17, last paragraph? You mentioned that staff recommends conditional approval for the storage of materials to limit to 8 feet in height, and nothing was mentioned about that, at least I didn't hear it.
Yes, sir. So in the code, that the use, the recycling facility,
Right.
it's listed as one of the conditions of that use. And so that is a requirement, is that they must, even if you were not to include that as one of your recommendations for approval, that is a limitation on the use, and so it must be met.
Okay, that was my number 6 condition with yours before you made your correction. I also have what I thought was a 7th condition on page 18. J. Last sentence. Is that a requirement?
It is not a city requirement, it is a state requirement. And
But it's
so
required.
we're acknowledging that that is required, and the applicant is aware of that permit and has permits for their other facilities.
So that can be a condition. Okay, that's all I have.
Member Riley.
Well, Member Grant stole my question.
Oh,
But I just wanted to say I was very impressed with the way the staff apparently worked with this company, because you basically addressed all my concerns. That the dust suppression was water-based dust suppression was a great thing for you guys to do, and I also saw you got the okay from the airport people. And you got the buffer zone. I mean, I think you did a great job with that.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question about the noise level and how it might affect surrounding properties, especially residential.
So the nearest residential property is more than 550 feet away across the US 1 right-of-way. To the north and west is the mining borrow pit. So there's not really a concern for the neighboring use there on the north and west boundary. And then to the south is undeveloped industrial land.
Very much. Member Aton.
Is there any understanding of structure, machinery, anything from a height perspective that you've got the 8 foot on the materials, but like is the conveyor, the crusher, all that stuff that's going to stick up a significant amount above the 6 foot screening?
That I'm not aware of. Possibly the applicant may be here tonight in the audience and may be able to shed some light on that, but I don't have that answer.
Member Perez.
Yeah, I just have one question. I noticed when I was going through the materials that the area where the material's going to be held is rather limited in size. It was very circumscribed towards the middle. And I also noticed that there were a lot of trees being taken out, relatively removed from that area. And I know that I suspect that there's no requirement, from the point of view of, since it's, zoned industrial. But I just thought I'd throw out there, just in case the developer, is conscious of the fact that we're trying to save trees around here. Okay, because it seemed like a lot of the trees that were X'd out, many oaks, were sort of removed from the area that the actual developing and staging of the materials held.
I'll see if the applicant is here and wants to speak on that. If not, I have more information on that.
Member Rice?
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on Mr. Member Perez's comment, because the thing that jumped out at me is you had this entire open field, but yet the entire facility had to be put where the trees were. And the stockpile areas were little circles on the site plan, about this big. So why couldn't you move the facility up, save a lot more trees, have a natural buffer that's very good, and you still have a wide open field with plenty of stockpile? So I would like the applicant, hopefully when he comes up, he'll address that.
Member Faison?
Yes, so my concern is with the egress and ingress. The number of vehicles, I see that there's a 172-foot leadway into that. How many trucks will be going in there, and what is the potential damage to the roadway due to that heavy volume of trucks and the weight that they're bringing in and out?
So the city's traffic engineer did review this and did not have a concern with the amount of stacking that they are providing. That he thought that was sufficient. As far as the number of trucks per day, I would let the applicant answer that for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rice?
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on a comment that he made too, because I had the same comment. I was going to ask the applicant, if this is gated, which I'm assuming it will be gated, if the gate is out by the road, stacking will occur a golden night or when trucks come in the morning waiting to open up the gates and they're lining up. So how is that going to be handled? If the gate's set back inside the facility, there might be some queuing depth there, but you also have the railroad track right there too. So it is something to look at.
Member Perez?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Clerk, is there a card on this item?
No cards.
No cards? Can you address the questions that the commissioners? Oh, there isn't. You have a card? Okay. Okay. State your name and address. Thank you.
John Zemballs on Engineering, 150 South Palmetto Ave, Daytona Beach, Florida.
Thank you.
And to address the concerns of the commission, the first concern was due to height of the equipment. And the equipment we use has a max height of 30 feet, which is far less than the max building height allowed in this district, which is 50 feet. The second had to do with tree removal. All the trees are accounted for, will be counted, and the tree replacement or funding calculations will be provided at site plan process. So we want to save as many trees as we can as possible too, while we're getting what we need out of the piece of property. The number of trucks, to address this gentleman's concern, this is going to be a facility that crushes when it's got a stockpile of material and then sells the material. So it's not going to be a constant flow of traffic. We experience a maximum 50 trucks a day, and that's max maybe quarterly. And it's an industrial area, which already accounts for heavy equipment traffic and heavy use. But I was just out at the site. It's got a nice driveway already put in, nice thick concrete driveway, and it looks like it was built for what we want to use it for. And the last concern was the gate location. Working with staff, they helped us to provide adequate stacking distance to eliminate any stacking out onto Golden Knights Boulevard there. So we're providing 4 and 91, so 155 feet of stacking distance until you get to our gate. So we come in and make a turn, and then the entrance gate will be there.
Member Richardson?
Two questions. Did you choose, well, first of all, is it just concrete recycling?
Just
Nothing else?
concrete recycling, correct?
Did you choose this location because of the coming destruction of the NASA Causeway Bridge?
That was part of the reason. The other part was proximity to the railroad, and the other part was the industrial nature of the neighborhood. The fact that there's a borrow pit as one of our neighbors and a railroad track as the other. You know, I can't think of a better place to put it.
Member Rice.
Yeah, I have several questions. First of all, why didn't you calculate the quantity that you're allowed at 8 feet and the footprint? It wouldn't have been that hard to calculate those quantities. You knew it was a requirement. Why wasn't that calculated?
I wanted actual data from the company that's going to be running it, not as far as, because we could calculate a quantity based on 8 foot and a height, but it exchanges. It's a dynamic process. So I wanted to get actual historical data.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you calculate what the maximum this facility could handle? Okay, that just so that you knew what the maximum capacity is of this facility. And on your site plan, when I look at your site plan, you have 3 little circles that look to be about 70 feet in diameter. But yet you have all this green space around there. So is the stockpile going to be limited to just those 70-foot circles?
We've actually worked with staff to revise the conceptual site plan to encompass a larger area as a general stockpile area.
What page is that on my agenda? Because I'm looking at 2 agendas.
Sure. So that is in the agenda star in the CUP folder, which again, if you need any assistance getting to the CUP folder, the file is labeled Concept Plan Revised 4422.
Sorry, what page?
It's not a page since it's in the agenda star. I can show you where it is.
It would be another document from the staff report in that folder in
Then
the
I'm
agenda
looking
star.
at 2 different, I don't have agenda star up then. That's what's confusing to me. Which I did, which brings this one up. That's right. This one.
We don't have.
Okay, there's where I made a mistake. Very good. Now I'm on the same page. That might answer some of my questions. Okay, so you are. But you could still decide what that stockpile quantity is based on
Easily.
that maximum. But with the 30-foot buffer, okay, why couldn't you move the facility back a little bit and save the trees that are up front by the road? Because that's where all the trees are.
We've got a circulation and a scale, and we've got a retention regulation that we've got to meet. And we've maximized the site trying to keep it interior to leave those buffers. And I was just out at the site, and it's a thick buffer. So we're using the center of the site to try and keep it away from adjacent traffic or uses. And as staff said, these are enhanced buffer widths, not what's required by the zoning district. So we're going from 10s, 15s to 30s, you know, in order to provide that additional foliage between us and our neighbors.
Okay. Staff, can you bring up the aerial? On that. Page 26 on my agenda.
Oh, I thought you meant on the presentation. I'm sorry.
Not the star agenda, but the main agenda. Okay. So you see all those trees right up by the road, and that distance is considerable. And I'm not saying to say, oh, but you could save a majority of them. And would you object if we made a condition that you move that front buffer to 50 feet and save all the trees within 50 feet? Would you object to that?
I would.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a deal breaker, but I mean, that may move pending our preservation and replacement calculations. So this site will meet the minimum for tree preservation and tree replacement. So
I know I'm sure it meets the code. I'm not doubting that. I'm just trying to save more trees. If there's no real reason to not save them, to have a site that does protect trees as much as possible, okay? This community's been through a lot with tree preservation, okay?
Okay.
And so it's in everyone's forefront,
Okay,
okay? Just so you know.
sure.
Okay, and then my other questions. Back to if you're going to use a water-based dust suppression system, how does that water just run off and go into the stormwater pond with the dust, or how is that dust treated once it is absorbed into by the water? And
It's not the intent to water to a point where we create shallow flow, surface flow. The intent is that it'll be absorbed by the surface material, eradicate the dust, and percolate into the ground, which the concrete that we're going to be wetting is an inert substance, so it wouldn't really affect any groundwater. However, if there were surface flow created from the sprinkler system, it would end up in the retention pond.
do you know if the collection of that dust over time, does it have to be harvested if it fills in the stormwater pond?
We're going to design the pond accordingly to serve this type of facility, but I've been representing this applicant for 5 years now, and we've never experienced it. And they've been in the business for far longer than that.
Second, trying to get to I think I read, and please correct me, and there again, the rail coming in, it just shows the rail coming in and then your basically stockpile area. So what type of surface is the stockpile area? Is it dirt? Is it, is it?
It's dirt, and eventually the crushed concrete creates a stabilized surface.
Okay. And that's what I thought. So over time, some of that gets compacted, and will your stormwater pond be designed to handle the impervious surface of the entire stockpile area?
I think it will be. At this point, I can't commit that it will be. Typically road base, which is what concrete, crushed concrete is a semi-impervious area. So we account for over-treating versus treating it as 100% impervious.
Just that crushed concrete over time by large vehicles moving on the site, by anything like that, will compact, and it inhibits some of the water flow into the normal ground.
Sure.
Therefore, the stormwater pond, in my mind, needs to accommodate that area as impervious surface and be treated. So make sure we have sufficient treatment.
And this
Because
site is going to be
does go out to the
subject
Indian
to St.
Lagoon.
John's River Water Management District oversight and review. And we've discussed it with them. It's an overtreatment situation where we treat it as semi-impervious.
Member
This is
Face,
gonna be
Semi-impervious,
reviewed.
what curve number are you using for that?
I think we're using 80, mid-80s.
Mid-80s?
Yeah.
Member Faison.
During the crushing process, what potential contaminants could be released into the air?
Into the air?
As you guys are crushing this, it's creating dust. So what potential contaminants could be in that dust?
There's really, it's concrete dust, and there's steel in the concrete, which is accounted for. We have air quality permits that go with these crushing devices, so we have to have the device checked and permitted before we can even bring it on the site. We're not anticipating having any noxious chemicals or any harmful debris on site. That would go to a different place. So I would say the likelihood is very small.
Thank you.
Member Richardson?
Are you going to use this site permanently or temporarily? as a contract?
Permanently. It's a permanent site that is active as the need occurs. You know, we want to bring building materials into your town. Your town is growing. And as the need arises, it'll open and sell the materials to serve new roads and building foundations and such.
Member Rice? Okay. Is there any further questions from commissioners? Seeing none? Action? Are there any additional cards?
No.
Mr. Rice? Okay, you want to go ahead and do that now?
The normal buffer for industrial side yard buffer is 10 feet or 25?
10 feet for industrial. However, the minimum for a recycling facility in the code is 25 feet.
That's the minimum.
Correct.
And so we're going, your recommendation was 30 feet versus 25.
Correct.
Okay. And the land to the west is industrial, airport. The land to the north is industrial, okay? The land to the east abuts the railroad track, and then we have Golden Knights Boulevard. Okay.
Again, are there any questions from commissioners? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Call for action. Member Richardson.
I would just like to state, while I agree that a concrete crushing facility, recycling facility is needed, I see the location as part of the gateway into Titusville. There are new hotels being built. There are houses of worship on both sides of the road. I would hope that the entrance to the Space Coast Airport would finally develop in a way that was pleasant for the eyes. So I'm going to have to vote against this conditional use permit.
Chairwoman,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. There was a card that was just turned in. If
I'm
it's not
sorry.
closed.
Okay. And so we have an additional card?
Yeah, it was just submitted. I don't know
Okay.
if you closed it.
Could that, no, not yet. Do we have an additional speaker?
Michael Myjack.
Mr. Myjack?
Good evening, Michael Myjack, Alpine Lane. You know, I've been a staunch scientist studying the Indian River Lagoon for quite some time. One of the things that's not being considered is the harm that's being done to the Indian River Lagoon by the release of stormwater from every development we put in. That harm is defined by not properly following Basin Management Action Plan. When you start releasing material, particularly particulates from concrete, which have a very basic chemical structure, our ground has a very acidic chemical structure, usually a pH of 6 or below. Concrete is 8 and above. They're not the same. So when you start rolling off concrete into stormwater retention pond, one, pervious becomes semi-pervious, becomes impervious. Two, material that then gets dissolved into the water because of its acidity or lack thereof starts to cause problems and harm the environment. Just ask the manatee. So when you consider taking down property trees, you must consider the stormwater side effects and the harm that's doing to the Indian River Lagoon and every wetland we have. It's your job to do this. You understand? Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Majak from commissioners, please? Call for action. Do you want to answer questions, sir?
Yeah, John Zemball, Sound Engineering. We're aware that this is in a BMP area and it's being treated as such. Thus, the sites undergo quarterly inspections, which involves inspecting the stormwater facility, the stormwater treatment pond. And they've been in business for 25 years and never failed one. So they keep the site maintained and they keep the stormwater facilities functional.
Can you clarify who does the inspections, sir, and where are the other facilities?
Jacksonville, Ormond Beach. Yeah. Why don't I have the representative of the company come and speak, and I'll hand it.
Thank you. Could you introduce yourself, sir?
Yeah, Greg Morrow. I'm one of the owners of Independence. We have 8 other facilities across the state. I can answer any questions you have. We've been in this business for over 25 years, and you can check our records. We have 0 citations with any state, local, federal, any jurisdictions. All of our crushers have all the permits. All of our sites have all the permits. All of our yards that are required. We don't cut the corners, and we try to be good neighbors. That's why this site was selected. We fit into the heavy industrial, and with the rail on one side and the burrow pits in the back, 2 sides of us, look like a good location, and we think it is. And I did buy it before the causeway was announced. It wasn't purchased after the causeway demolition and construction, but that made everybody excited because we're 3-4 miles from the demo of the bridges.
I hear that from my commissioners, the main concern are environmental, especially in impact on the Indian River Lagoon, and also the impact of our tree ordinance.
Right, I understand that. Our Orlando facility, all of the facilities will be registered with stormwater management out of Tallahassee, and we do the quarterly inspections. There's a manual that's put together. They come in and they tell us what we have to test on a quarterly basis. And those everything has to be lab tested. If there's rain runoff, rain events in those quarters, we have to do a sampling, take it to the lab within 24 hours, and then they do the testing on it, and we submit that in the records. And that's what they look at in case there's any iron or any kind of contaminants running off. We've never had an issue. When the material comes in, it's inspected through a video camera into the bed of the truck, and then once it's dumped, a human operator is out there. He watches the material get dumped because what's under the bottom of the bed you can't really see. So once they dump the material, it's inspected again for any kind of car batteries or anything that might have got thrown in there. And then if they are there, we remove them and dispose of them where they need to be, legally disposed of. They're not put into the road base or any of the material. As far as the trees and that, we're just trying to maximize the site. In all honesty, we're not against trees or, environment. We try to do everything to help the areas that we're in. This area was selected by me because your closest facilities are like 30 miles south and north. And, the problem is, as you probably well know, a lot of these rural roads, you go out and there's a lot of concrete dumped just by people that don't want to take it or don't know where to take it. So it does help that kind of a cleanup for the areas. We have Ormond Beach Yard, which the municipal airport is right next to us there, and a community soccer field is right next to us. And we have been there 5 years since I hired John to do the layout for that yard. We've never had a complaint or, we try to be good neighbors. We're a family-owned business, been in business for over 60 years in Cleveland, Ohio. This is just one of the companies that our family owns. So we go by, we keep our name clean, and that's why we're still in business.
Thank you. Mr. Rice has some questions.
Yeah, a couple things that, you said your stormwater or your entire facility is inspected quarterly. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. What they'll do is they'll decide where the water runs off, according to the plans of the engineer, where it enters into the retention pond, and then we sample it. Now, if it goes out of the retention pond, which it should never do, then that would be an issue. But they're looking at sampling going into the retention pond. So we catch it before it goes into the retention pond.
And do you know what they test for?
They test for everything. Heavy metals, arsenic, it's everything. You know, even iron, because in all honesty, we're going to crush concrete that has rebar in it. We'll extract all the iron out of the ferrous metal, and it'll be on site. So the rain's going to make it rust, and it'll go into the ground, into the groundwater. But as soon as we crush it and get the scrap out, it's disposed of at a scrap facility. It doesn't, you know, we've never had an issue with any kind of contaminants.
So in all the testing of I think you said 800 sites throughout Florida or something like that?
We have 8 other sites, yes.
8 other sites?
Yeah, Jacksonville, Ormond Beach.
Have you had a water quality testing failure in any of those sites?
On any of the sites? All of the sites are required to be tested under our stormwater management.
Has there been a problem in any of them?
Oh, no.
Okay.
And that could be all found on online with Tallahassee.
And what's your emergency procedure if there was, say, a high level of metals or
It's all
arsenic?
in our procedures manual that is prepared by an engineer and also Tallahassee. And they tell us, you know, this happens. And then we also have, if we do a sample and it's contaminated, then it's up to us to clean it up. So that's on of course, that's on our dime. That's our problem.
Okay. And in any of the other 8 sites, your quarterly reports, do you share them with the local municipality?
We share whatever municipalities want. Well, we're not, I mean, we also share the recycling, how much material we recycle, we send back to the counties because a lot of counties get credit for being 75% recyclable. And so we let them know what gets recycled.
Have any of your 8 sites ever been shut down for any reason?
Never.
And how long? You said 25 years you've been operating?
25 years now. Orlando was the oldest yard, Tampa, Lakeland.
Okay. If I increased the buffers along the front, would you object?
Depends on how much.
Well, I'm looking 50 feet, but I have a question to staff first.
Sure.
Make sure I can do this.
I mean, we're open. We want to work with the communities.
I would reduce the buffer on the west side and the north side because it abuts industrial back down to the 25 feet. That gives you 5 feet along a long run and 5 feet more in the back than 30 feet, but I'd like to have that put in the front to protect the trees. That would
I'm fine with that. It's not going to kill us one way or the
and
other.
I'd like to go to 50 feet.
It's not going to kill us one way or the other. You know.
Let's see. Okay, I think that answers most of my questions. Thank you.
Of the 8 sites, sir, what sites are next to a body of water?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Of the 8 sites, what sites are next to a body of water?
Next to what, ma'am?
A body of water.
Body of water. All of them have retention ponds on it, so if you're calling it that, there's not like body of water. You know, Orlando Yard goes into a retention pond, which is actually full of water year-round. Then that runs into the Orange County canal system. We've never had a problem.
Did you say Tampa? That
was Orlando.
Okay, did you have a site in Tampa?
Yes.
Where is that located?
Right where I-4 and I-75 intersect.
So it's not near the bay?
Not near water.
Okay, what about Jacksonville?
Jacksonville's in the port, so it's near water.
It's near water. Yeah. Have you ever had a spill in there?
Never had a problem.
Never had a problem. Mr. Perez, please.
Yeah, my concern is, I'm not familiar with the testing that's being done, okay? But in this case, we're not talking about just any toxicity, you know, the usual stuff that you'd want to really know about. We're talking about changing the pH. You know, concrete is very alkali, and following up on one of the statements that was made, you know, when that runs off, it can seriously damage the lagoon.
Right, and all that is tested. I mean, we can submit what they test for. I mean, they test just about anything you can imagine because it could be arsenics, could be whatever. They don't know. Mm-hmm. So we test for everything. And I mean, all I can tell you is I can show you what they're testing for, and it's probably in there, the pH. But
yeah, I would be interested in knowing that because
whatever you want, that's fine. But it's just never been an issue in our history, as far as, and this yard isn't projected, I don't know that it's, how busy it's going to be. We projected 60,000 ton a year. If we do that, that's a decent year. Orlando yard does about 200,000 a year, and it's on, the actual size of the yard is about 12 acres, I believe, 14 acres. And that's a lot more material going through that one facility.
Did you say 200,000?
200,000 a year.
And here we're talking about six.
We're talking 60 here. Because this area is very, considering it's not a big city with a lot of old infrastructure where we're going to see a big influx of concrete, coming in. Even with new construction, which you have a lot of coming in, there's not as much waste with new construction as old demolition. So you get into Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, you got the old areas being, renovated, you get a lot more concrete. So this yard isn't going to be one of the busier yards by any means.
Member Riley.
What's the procedure once you crush the concrete? What happens?
It's stockpiled and it's sold. When we crush it to a FDOT spec, which is a Florida spec for, like we mentioned, road base. We make road base. We make the paver sand that goes under brick pavers, that last layer under the brick paver. They usually put road base down and an inch of brick paver sand. Then we make aggregate for pipe bedding. So if you're doing a culvert, they pack it with pipe around it, aggregate around the pipe. We make that product also. So it's the only other place this concrete goes is into a landfill, and it never rots, it never decomposes. It's a lot of people never think about concrete, but it's one of the ones that make as more sense than it's like steel or aluminum. It's 100% recyclable. The metal comes out, it gets melted, made into rebar again, or whatever they do with it. But most people don't think about concrete, brick, and things like that. Where does it go?
Member Richardson.
You mentioned it was close to the railroad. Are you going to load railroad cars with the crushed?
Well, there's a big need in this area for offloading of riprap, which is large aggregate virgin, which would be brought in from Georgia or wherever, quarries, and that would be offloaded, stockpiled, and used. And the same thing with the causeway. Like I told them, we won't have this facility open in time, but they're wanting to offload material for the causeway because, that would be the closest offloading facility, but that's probably a ways off.
So in the offload or loading process, would you have a water suppression system?
There'll be water suppression everywhere. You have to have it. And when we do our air quality test, which is an annual test when they send in an inspector from the state government, and they sit there for several hours and watch us crush, and they put their instrumentation up and they look for it's called visual emissions test. That's your dust you create. So we have spray bars on the crushers and the different conveyors. And we also, if it's for whatever reason, we have these, they're called dust busters. It's like a giant water cannon. That's a micro mist. So you can stand in front of it. You've been to like fairs and stuff where they have a real fine mist. It's so fine it picks the dust out and drops it to the ground, but it doesn't cause running water because it's so little water being used. So, we do whatever it takes to not have complaints.
Member Faison.
Well, one of the things that you said was pretty good, that we've been concerned about some of the environmental concerns that your product may produce. But you've just said that some of this stuff is already going to be used as underlayment for roads, pavers, and whatnot. So it already comes into context. Once it's disposed of or crushed at your facility, it's reused as an underlayment.
It's a replacement for virgin aggregate. We crush it and then we test it to the same specs that the quarries do. The only difference is it's recycled. We even make DOT spec where you have enough raw material, crushed concrete. You're legally, and the contractors, the federal or the Florida state highway guys can use it as a recycled basis instead of using virgin. The problem is you don't usually get enough volume to do millions of tons of road base like you need on a highway job. So what we normally sell to are like all the Wawa gas stations under the parking lots. If it's required under the specs that the engineers write, then we certify it by several more lab tests and a lot of extra work, and then it can be sold as FDOT certified base. But we sell it as FDOT spec base, which meets spec but not certified. So as long as you meet that, it'll hold up underneath the contractor's conditions. Because when they do a parking lot, they got to test it for the amount of compaction you can get. So that's called a LBR, lime rock bearing ratio. That has to be, for recycled material here in the state of Florida, over 130. But when we crush it, we make sure that our blending is proper to give us at least 130 LBR so that it passes all their tests, and we don't have any problems down the road with it.
Well, with that answer there, you've satisfied my requirements as far as the environment, because this product that you're crushing is going back into the earth, and if it doesn't cause any problems there, then it doesn't cause a problem for me.
Member Alton.
I had two questions. One, so because of the railroad, it sounds like the service area of the source of the concrete may be a very broad area. And then, so is it like one state away? You mentioned Georgia, or?
Oh, you mean the material that comes in?
What's the collection area?
Well, it comes, what the material would be coming from is a quarry, say in Georgia, that make riprap. Because riprap are the large boulders that go on erosion control for the waterways. And lime rock here in Florida is pretty poor, for quality. So a lot of that riprap, like Canaveral, they won't use anything but Georgia or some other hard limestone. Granite is what they want. They want a granite, not limestone.
It's an ingredient in what you make, not necessarily, you're not recycling.
Right. Yeah.
What, as far as the concrete you're recycling, what's kind of the collection?
What do we use?
Service area.
It's your driveway. Say you tore out your driveway.
No, what part of the state?
We don't, we're, I would say 30-mile north and south, because you have Space Coast South, and the freight is so high on trucking with fuel and everything, they're not going to come from Miami up here to dump.
Right.
We usually catch that little 20-mile circle, because usually you have some other competition around, so everybody gets what they get.
And then how many expected employees and
Employees,
average capacity?
2. A loader operator in the yard that monitors everything that's going on in the yard. This is a basic yard. And then a scale person inside that does the first inspection. She scales the truck in, scales the truck out. And then when we crush, we'll bring in one of our mobile crews, and that'll be 3 to 4 guys, 5 guys, depends, or people. And, it just depends on what they need. A lot of times we'll have to use local labor to do when the crusher crushes, there may be a piece of concrete that has a PVC pipe through it. So they cut the pipe off, and that piece of PVC is still in the concrete. That'll get hand picked out and, disposed of for C&D, landfill.
So, and are those 2 employees the ones responsible for some of the testing, or at least delivering
the superintendents are responsible for the air testing. When we do our annual air test, the yard guy is responsible for any type of, he's there every day. So part of his job responsibility, if things get dusty, make sure the irrigation is on, where you need it, what do you need to do. If it gets excessive, we put a water truck on site, but we really only have one water truck in one yard, Orlando, because it's so busy, and you have so much truck traffic there that you can't keep up with the water. I mean, no matter how much you put on it, you have to, where the trucks are at, you need to keep it damp. So we put a water truck, blast it through, and you're good for an hour, hour and a half. And then we have a guy that gets in the truck again and blasts it again, just to keep it damp throughout the day. Regular sprinkler irrigations in that yard won't seem to suffice the way it's set up.
I'm going to close the public hearing and call for a motion on this agenda item, please.
Could I raise one more question, staff?
Yes.
I was wondering, what is the oversight part of all this? I mean, required testing, okay, but from as far as our local jurisdiction, is there anything other, besides whatever state or?
No, so beyond the state, what would be inspected for is during construction of the facility, the site inspectors, once the site development permit's issued, and then afterwards, only if there's an issue with one of the conditions of approval, or if there's a code enforcement complaint.
Member Richardson.
I just want to state again, I don't have any problem with concrete recycling. I have a big problem with this location. It's adjacent to the Indian River, coming into Titusville. That's a major gateway, US 1 is, and I think it should be in the industrial park or adjacent to I-95, but not this location. So that's the reason I'm going to vote against it.
Member Rice.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion.
Thank you.
I'm going to move to approve CUP 2-2002 with staff recommendations and the 4 additional conditions. The first condition is that the stockpile area be treated as impervious surface for stormwater calculations. The second one is a 50-foot landscape or tree preservation area in the front along Knight will be required, but will reduce the north and the west buffers to 25 feet to help compensate for that. The next one is, the third condition is that the quarterly reports for testing be shared with the city of Titusville every quarter. And the fourth one is that the emergency response procedures be reviewed and approved by staff during the site plan review process.
Second.
Mr. Grant, are you seconding the motion, sir? Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Perez?
Yes.
Member Aton?
Yes.
Member Rice?
Yes.
Member Riley?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Richardson?
No.
Secretary Grant?
Yes.
Chairwoman Spidell?
No. Do the negative votes need a reason, staff?
I gave my reason.
Council may appreciate it. It would be for their edification.
Mr. Richardson, you want to state your reason for the record?
My reason
Again.
is clear. It's the wrong location for recycling of concrete.
Your chairman's recommendation is it's too close to the Indian River Lagoon. I'm concerned about chemicals and runoff. Thank you. Next agenda, please, staff. Motion passes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Next item is 9B, Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment Number 1, 2022 with annexation, Corel Palms.
The commissioners need time to adjust all this star stuff. You got it? Riley, you agenda 9B, please.
This is page 52 of 2.
Page 52. Item 9B. Got it? We get dazed and confused by this star, okay? Ms. Riley's not the only one that's dazed and confused on the star. I'm dazed and confused. We got layers here.
We'll have
okay?
star training session.
Thank you. We do need that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So again, this
Okay.
item begins on-
Staff, 9B, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, this item begins on page 52 of 252. Jennifer J. Stickler, P.E. of Kimley Horn, representing John Layton on behalf of Corel Palms LLC, owner, is requesting a voluntary annexation, small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, and rezoning to allow for a multifamily residential use on 29.87 acres of property located west of U.S. Highway 1 and south of LaGrange Road. The application includes the annexation of a parcel of land located on Old Dixie Highway. To the presentation. This is the subject property. The blue dash line, which is a little difficult to see here, is the existing city limits. And so if the pointer works on the TV, it doesn't. On the west side of the property to the left, that lower wedge is the area to be annexed, which I think we have here it is, a close-up view. So this property is 0.4 second. 0.46 acres east of Old Dixie Highway. And for you tonight, we have three ordinances. The first is an annexation ordinance of that 0.46 acre parcel. The second is an ordinance amending the future land use map to change the entire 29.87 acre subject property from commercial low intensity and public, semi-public land use to high density residential, and a rezoning ordinance changing the zoning on the property from hospital, medical, and GU general use to R3 high density multifamily residential. Since the application or since the agenda has been submitted to you all, we do have an update. The city surveyor found 2 minor typographical errors in the legal description for the parcel being annexed. And that email from the city surveyor and the corrected legal description is in the agenda star, in the P&Z folder, in the SSA number 122 folder. The file is labeled City Surveyor Legal Description Correction and Legal Description and Sketch Meets and Bounds Corrected. I'll just read those corrections. On line 6 of the main legal description, the distance 897.70 should read 879.70. And on the next line where it says Shady Oaks first, the T was missing in the word first. And then additionally, I wanted to point out that while the applicant states that the intended development at the site is 316 units, the application was proposed without a concept plan. And so the request must be evaluated based on the most intense use allowed, which in the R3 zoning district that has a maximum density of 15 dwelling units per acre, which would equal 447 units maximum. The recommendation is approval of the annexation, approval of the future land use amendment, and approval of the rezoning.
I need, from the clerk, I need the number of cards for each of these items. I'm going to start at 9B. Staff, I'm asking you, should we break these into 3 different actions, correct?
Correct.
So we're dealing, first of all, with 9B, the small-scale comprehensive plan. How many cards do I have on that?
16.
16? Okay.
Well,
So
and
that's,
Chairwoman, I just want to be clear that item 9B is the small-scale comprehensive plan. That's how it's listed on the agenda.
I think that's what I said, isn't it?
You did, but that
Okay.
agenda item includes all 3 of those ordinances. And so you'll want to consider each of the ordinances separately, the annexation, the future land use, and the rezoning.
Okay, so do I start then with the 16 speakers on 9B? Or do I break that into 3?
I would recommend hearing all of the cards and then having a discussion on which item of the 3 going in order. I would actually, you must go in the order that's the 3 ordinances are presented and vote on them separately. But you should hear the public comment on all speakers before you entertain a motion for any of those 3 ordinances.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Do commissioners understand that? I hope I understand that. Okay. So there are 16 speakers. Let me remind the speakers to identify yourself and your address and that you have a 3-minute time limit.
And if you want to speak but haven't filled out a card, you can still do so at that table by the entrance to the council chambers.
Who wants to volunteer?
Spaniel, I believe the
Yes, sir.
applicant should have an opportunity to
Yes.
present this before the
Okay.
public speaks.
So applicant first, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Bob Reese, Rossier Company. 952 Moss Lane, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. The concept drawing was presented at a neighborhood meeting, and this came up that we were going for the max density, which is not correct, which was 447 units. at 15 units per acre. One of the concessions I'd like to enter into before we get started is that we are not going to develop more than 316 units on the project, which is just a shade over 10 units an acre. But the project, we feel, with staff's report, is consistent in compatibility and also demonstrates a housing need for the city of Titusville. We don't go into areas around the state of Florida just willy-nilly. We study them very intensely. We look at feasibility studies, and then we put properties under contract and then execute. We've hired John Burns Corporation, which is a national firm, to look at this area and identified, ironically, very consistent findings with the city's 2017 Economic Development Strategy and evaluation, the EAR, in 2018, that there was a need for a inventory of professional alternative housing, which is what this will address, at 280 units of apartments, 3-story apartments in a garden style. We're very careful to spread it out and move things if we have to for trees. We heard about trees last time. And this property will be basically only 40% impervious with 60% green area. So we are, by the R3 designation, way underutilizing the density and intensity. So there was also discussions about access. There's always, traffic, and traffic, right? So we are very careful to put the for rent product, which is 280 units of multifamily, close to, and I have an aerial here. Working with Kimley Horn Traffic to concentrate that traffic across from the professional areas, which is across the street. We have a lot of medical. We have 200-bed hospital, and all the ancillary growth around hospitals. We have the college, and lining up with their driveways. That area is restricted to the multifamily. And the for sale product is going to be 2-story townhomes at 36 units. That's what equals a 316. That's what we're asking for. On the back of the property, so the 36 units would access the Old Dixie Highway. That project will be gated and isolated from the for rent product. That is basically, in a nutshell, the compatibility with staff agrees with putting the multifamily up close towards the commercial in US 1, and the 2-story 36 townhomes to the real is actually responsible planning on a macro level. The absorption, which is very important to us, was much higher than expected. In our feasibility studies, it shows a low of 18 units per month and a high of 23 units per month on the apartment component of it, with an average of 20. What does that mean? Well, that means absorption of the entire place, 100% in 14 months. That's pretty good considering you start pre-leasing after 12 months. Construction is 21 months. So if you do the math on that, we're fully occupied approximately 5 months after the last building is CO'd. And that's, in a nutshell, why we chose the area. And we'd like to reserve some time to rebut or answer any comments and concerns on the 16.
Commissioners, what questions do you have the applicant? Member Rice.
Yep. What's your resistance to having a binding site plan?
None.
Okay. Because the problem it really is that if we rezone this and then you flip the property the next developer can come along and build exactly the maximum extent in which the code says. So it does,
Well,
without a binding plan, there's no assurance to the people.
Well, let's make that restriction.
community.
Let's make that restriction tonight at 316.
I'm sorry?
Let's make that condition tonight at 316.
Yeah, but I don't know that I've seen an official site plan yet.
Is that in the original plan, Mr. Reese?
Pardon?
Is that in the original plan, sir?
Yes,
316.
yes.
Member Riley?
In a previous environmental report on this property, it spoke of a 1.67 acre wetland on your site. Where is that wetland?
Would you like to see it? This is an old survey with that environmental report. I can pass it out.
Sure, could you do that? So if you were looking at my map here, where would it be on that? Right there.
I'd like to point out also that on that wetland, on that old report, which is about 6 or 7 years old, not only are we staying out of the wetland, we're staying out of the upland wetland buffers. So that will be preserved, consistent with what was approved in 2015.
Would there be any difficulty with you agreeing to a conservation easement for that area?
No.
Member Riley, that wetland is illustrated on page 111 of your packet. 111.
Are the illustrations that we have, staff, are they current, please? I'm confused by Mr. Reese saying that these are old drawings.
What happened is it was, went through a comp plan change way back when, and that's.
Way back when?
Well, 2014, I believe, 2014 and 15. And there was reports done pursuant to that final site plan approval. It also, I believe, obtained a St. John's approval. It was way down the tracks. And because it wasn't economically feasible, the project was scrapped. It was basically for hospital use, assisted living facilities, and alike. So we're purchasing the property for the housing component of it. We're going to do market rate. Market rate. Some people call them luxury, but they're Class A market rate, and targeting, you teachers, your professors, a ton of people in healthcare. That's where the good jobs are, and all the ancillary stuff around that. So when this property came up across the street from a university and a hospital, it just seemed natural.
So people in the community have seen for quite some time, probably since 2014, the sign that says this is a proposed medical facility. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that's their presumption that there was going to be a proposed medical facility built on that land?
It was before my time, but I would gather yeah.
That would be an assumption.
Yeah.
Correct?
Mm-hmm. That would be an assumption, yes.
Okay. Mr. Faison, please.
So you say that your target demographics is type A or some, can you repeat that again, please?
There was in the staff report on page 57 of 252, it addresses what our conclusive evidence from John Burns Real Estate Consulting basically says the same thing, that we're going to, provide quality Class A housing for professionals and like professionals.
All right, so unfortunately, I don't know as far as price range what that means. And so workforce, so we have what's called workforce housing, which is for police officers, teachers, and it's a certain demographic. And here in the city of Titusville, for example, the median income is under $60,000. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay,
But we don't, those numbers, what you have to actually do is when you look at demographics, you have to define a trade area. Then through ESRI, which is what the feasibility studies do, you basically say, this is your trade area and what are the incomes in that trade area. And typically they're higher around like hospital, healthcare, universities and alike.
okay,
That's why we chose the site.
fantastic. And so my question to you, right, is if you are having 280 units of apartments and 2-story townhomes, again, will any of that be for affordable housing? And again, I know you say type A. My question to you is, any of it be for affordable housing?
Well, the workforce housing, are the rents of this project were targeted at $1.40 a square foot.
All right, and then what size are these units?
If a place, 1 bedroom, 1 bath is 700 square feet, you'd multiply that by 1.4. But that would be the average. It would be also in the 1.3s. So if you're on a police officer salary or a school teacher or whatever, that would be attainable housing for sure.
Okay.
Rice, please.
Yeah, I know you held a community meeting. Can you share with us what came out of that meeting? What were the results? And did you alter your plan?
We did not alter the plan for that meeting, largely because a lot of their concerns were already addressed. For example, one of the tables was convinced that we were developing in the wetlands, which we weren't. Another table wanted to alter the drainage. We have retention ponds on our site plan. They're more than adequate based upon some preliminary drainage numbers done by Kimley Horn. So a lot of the stuff that we ran into was already addressed. In addition to the 447 units, we have no problem limiting that to 316 and our concept site plan. But, the evil developer is always lying if his mouth is moving. So we weren't, yes, yeah, here we go. We're willing to be reasonable and work with the neighbors. One of the neighbors was concerned that our project was too close to their homes. And we sent the for sale 2-story townhomes. The back of the building to the back of their project was roughly 140 feet with a 25-foot buffer. And we were going to save all the trees in the buffer. But that wasn't acceptable. And I basically said, we're open to try and move that little bank of townhomes. It was only 4 units around the site. So we'll be willing to modify the plan within reason, but at 40% density, leaving 60% open space, that gives us the flexibility to do that. So the answer is yes.
Well, a couple things. With the 40% maximum impervious surface area that you're allowed, it does allow an awful lot of green space. So increasing a buffer along one of the perimeters really wouldn't be that difficult to achieve.
Except for the wetland is there too, so we have to be conscious of the wetland. The wetland is here. Yeah. I mean, sure. Absolutely. The answer to your question is yes.
Okay. And then I noticed on one of the exhibits, there are improvements from Temple Baptist Church that intrude in on this property. How is that going to be addressed?
We're working with the pastor now. So he wants to do some kind of property swap, but we haven't gotten there yet. I spoke with him yesterday, actually. So we're working with him.
So if you did a property swap, staff, what is Temple Baptist zoned?
I believe it's GU, but I will double check.
If it is, then anything they swap for would have to be rezoned, correct?
If it was to be incorporated into the project, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Richardson.
Yes. The townhomes, did you say the townhomes are going to be separate from the apartments?
Correct.
Okay, so there'll be a fence or something splitting the two?
It's going to be a gated community. Yes.
So the townhomes will exit on Old Dixie, right?
Correct.
That is not a good place to exit. Old Dixie does not have the drainage to afford that.
There's
The road
there-
improvements, it's in the county.
Well, there's 36 townhomes there that we'll do a study,
But
yes.
how many trips will that make to the store? Will it make to the schools? To enter I-95, you'll have to go down Williams or Shady Oaks.
Well, the traffic
Neither
study.
one of those,
Well,
I'm speaking right
yes,
now, sir.
I agree with you, but I need you to understand, please, that we're doing a full traffic study.
I've understand the area for 50 years I've been here. There is no way that Old Dixie can handle 36 units a day, making probably 3 or 4 trips.
Let's remember my first admonishment. I appreciate you being here, but I get cranky. We don't start hitting people, Mr. Grant. We don't do that anymore. But we talk kindly and softly to them and give everybody their right to present. Thank you.
If I could follow up, the traffic counts will be taken on Old Dixie Highway, and the traffic impacts of the 36 homes will be memorialized in a report.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. I now would like Ms. Riley to speak.
Just going back to the access again, Old Dixie is probably one of the most beautiful streets in our city. It's got these gorgeous, huge oaks. And my question is, where specifically on Old Dixie would you have the access? Where exactly you'd have it?
Wait, the property length is approximately about 160 feet there, I believe, plus or minus. So anywhere in that 160 foot,
Talk about
170
the
foot area.
little area up here.
Yeah, that's about 160, 170 feet.
So would that be the sole?
It'll be a driveway, yes.
Would that be
One
the
driveway.
sole access to
Sole access.
this whole project?
They could go through the apartment project. They have the gates surrounding the townhomes. They have access to use the amenities of the apartment complex, but that's just one way, one way out and one way back for them exclusively.
And would you accept, I know you want to change it to high-density residential, but would you consider medium-density residential?
If, I don't know what that, we'll have to check with our civils. What is the density per acre on medium?
9 dwelling units per acre.
How many?
9. Compared to, so high density residential R3 has a maximum density of 15 dwelling units per acre, and medium density has a max density of 9 dwelling units per acre.
So from 15 to 9.
Correct.
If I can answer that, we're about 10 and a half, I believe, or 10.8. If I could get 11, and limit it to 11, which is medium light, that would work.
Mr. Perez, I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Mr. Galindo, do we even have medium light?
Oh, that was just paraphrasing.
That was facetious, okay.
We don't have medium light, is that correct? Clarification? Thank you.
That-
No
that-
medium light, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Perez?
I'd just like to follow up on Member Rice's concern. Why was the original concept plan pulled?
I'm not sure why the original concept plan was pulled, actually, because we spent a lot of time on it, and we're willing to put it back with the 316 units maximum, which is under 11 units per acre. So it's just a shade above the medium.
Sure, Chairwoman, I can answer that. So originally, the applicant submitted a concept plan, and we discussed that if the concept plan is submitted, that it becomes binding. So the point where if any changes are made that are not consistent with what our code calls minor changes, then the application would need to return back to the public hearing process and go through the process again. And so my understanding is that for the flexibility of not limiting to exactly how the concept plan was designed or shown, that's why the concept plan was removed.
Okay, so was that in 2014, sir?
No, ma'am, that was with this application when they applied several months ago.
Okay, am I wrong to think that there have been 2 public hearings?
So
There was a community meeting, and this is the first public.
Right, but the
Officially.
I misspoke. The community meeting.
Yes.
There was more than one, correct?
There was just one about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, and was there another one?
No. There was one on 3/23.
Okay, it was just a couple of weeks ago, and there wasn't one earlier?
No.
Okay. Okay. Additional comments from the commissioners, questions? I see none. Can you call some cards, clerk? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please be available in case we have additional questions.
David Rufino.
Mr. Rubino, excuse me? You're going to pass, sir? Okay, thank you very much for attending. Next,
William Ward.
Mr. Ward. Can you tell us your name and where you live, sir?
William Ward, 1205 Old Dixie Highway,
Thank you.
Titusville, with my rear of my property abutting the new. If anything North Titusville needs, it's new assistant living and medical facilities. Have you tried to get a doctor's appointment? My wife hurt her leg. She can't walk the stairs. She had to put off seeing her doctor because the elevator don't work. The facilities we have are either full, have long waiting lists, or are old and decrepit. This property needs to remain hospital and medically zoned because it's what we need. The roads and utilities cannot support the traffic, water demand, and damage to the river and lagoons. These high-density residences will bring high density. Shady Oak subdivision is a 200 to 300-year-old oak hammock with property in question consisting of some of the last of the great oaks in this hammock. The multiple species of owls, hawks, eagles are just a few of the species that's called the woods home and hunting grounds. They would all be displaced. The annexation of this property would almost encircle a large portion of the county properties which do not want to be incorporated. This is just a corrupt move by, no offense, we don't hate greedy developers who care nothing about the small, multi-story city on the back fence lines of existing single-story residences. This is an outrage and will kill our property values. It should be criminal. The developers care nothing about the land or the people, just the money. How tall are we allowed to build our fences to block the views directly into our homes? Not tall enough. This board must do the right thing by the people and the land of Titusville, and it will be either a shining star and highlight or a non-healing scar on the public service records of this board. Do the right thing by the people and show that it is not all about corrupt money. Do not rezone this land.
Thank you so much.
Kay St. Onge.
Ms. St.
Yes, my name is Kay St. Onge, 2360 Maryland Road Avenue, and I do live, me and my husband live adjacent to the southwest property line of Corel Palms. I wish to read to you a petition to request denial of small-scale amendment 1/2022 Corel Palms signed by 119 residents. 119 residents have signed this petition. We, the undersigned, request that the Titusville Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council deny small-scale Amendment 1/2022 application. We ask that you deny rezoning of this 29.87 acres from hospital medical to R3 for 360 multifamily units as the application does not meet the criteria for rezoning provided in the Land Development Regulations, Section 3440. Number one, the application does not meet regulations for public facilities in regards to parking. Regulations require 700 parking spaces, while applicant plans to provide only 541 spaces per the concept plan. In this area of critical concern, near the well fields, maximum impervious area is 40%, while applicant plans on 40.87%. Number two, the application does not meet requirements for, quote, adequate existing improved public street, end quote, as the west accesses onto Old Dixie Highway. Old Dixie has no shoulders, no drainage, no sidewalks, no curbs. Old Dixie Highway would not be adequate for the traffic generated by 360 residential units, nor traffic from US 1 through Corel Palms. No additional traffic from this development can go onto Old Dixie without causing hazardous conditions. Number three, the environmental impact of the proposed high-density zoning project on this absolutely magical wooded 29.87 acres would be devastating to the many heritage trees. In fact, there is one 60 inches in diameter. And it would destroy the habitat of the near threatened painted buntings, and the near in proximity bald eagle nests would jeopardize well fields and further degrade the lagoon. Number four, the existing hospital medical zoning is correct, as the property is across US 1 from Parish Medical Center. As Titusville grows, this hospital medical zoning may be required. Number five, the density and intensity of the proposed rezoning and use is not consistent with the development in this area, as there are no three-story high-density multifamily developments in this area. As the application does not meet criteria for rezoning set forth in the regulations, please deny the small-scale Amendment 1, 2022 regarding Corel Palms. Retain the current future land use and zoning designation. One more sentence, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Rather than rezone to allow a high-density 316-unit multifamily complex. I ask that all those in opposition to rezoning to allow for this apartment complex, please stand. This is what the community of Titusville is asking of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next card, please.
Vanna Munger.
Ms. Munger?
Good evening. I am asking to please retain this property to remain zoned as hospital medical. We as residents need more medical facilities that are advanced to support and accommodate the population that is already here. We need to recruit medical providers to support the people already here, not add more people with less medical care. Currently, I have to travel to Daytona to see a cardiac physiatrist because Titusville does not have one. Our endocrinologist has a 4-month wait, and our primary care doctors for a new patient currently has approximately a 4-week wait. I work in the medical field where I can attest to this. I am concerned about the traffic this huge unnecessary complex will create on Old Dixie Highway. There is reason why speed bumps were installed on this road. Years ago, people were flying down as traffic has increased, so we added those. We don't need more traffic on that road. Also, another huge concern is more traffic on US 1. Where these people would come around and come out, and it would interrupt getting emergency vehicles in a quickly manner into the hospital as needed. There is a need in this town for more physicians, more inpatient rehab centers, and we are putting more neighborhoods and more housing all over the city. So I feel we should keep this zone medical to support what we have here and coming in already. I also am concerned about the wildlife and trees that would be destroyed with this facility. I would like to keep water for the residents that are here now, and I am concerned the wells may dry up. Also, more stormwater runoff will pollute the nearby lagoon. I hope you will make the right decision by rezoning 1300 North Washington Avenue and keeping it medical and, not rezoning it to the proposed zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill
Next card,
Hoffman.
please. Next card.
Bill Hoffman.
Mr. Hoffman?
Bill Hoffman, I live at 1295 Old Dixie Highway. So this Corel Palms development property directly abuts my south property line for 263 feet. There's some proposed townhomes right next to me there. I'm concerned about losing my privacy due to that, as well as the effects on the wildlife. A lot of us folks in my area, the northern end, are on private wells. What's it going to do to our private wells? Is it going to have a negative impact on those? Excuse me. And I think my neighbors will agree. You know, we like living there, as Ms. Riley said. It's a beautiful Old Dixie Highway, and we like the kind of natural fauna and the ruralness of it. For me, it's my little piece of paradise. So my concerns today are like everybody else has expressed. The traffic, I've not seen traffic studies. Same with the environmental, what kind of environmental studies are available. I did provide my email address to the developers. I've not had any communications from them at all to date. I'll say that was a pretty poorly facilitated community meeting. It kind of got out of control. So the developers addressed the noisy tables. So the rest of us, I won't shout, didn't get anything addressed or any questions really answered. So there's that concern. Again, the private well thing, the environment, the wildlife. We do have a bald eagle nest within hundreds of feet of this, an active bald eagle nest within hundreds of feet of this development. And my south side there is a drainage easement. So that drainage easement goes out, eventually ends up in the river. Now you'll see on their diagram, they show a drainage swale running right down the back middle of that property. And that's where these sensitive areas are. That leads down to where the wetland area is that they've showed you guys. So in the recent, you guys seen the recent marine resource rating for the river, we just got an F- for the north end, which typically we've always been better. So that's a huge concern as well. I'm very concerned about the traffic as well. Where's the traffic studies? We all live in the county. What's the county's take on this? Do they even know this is happening? Do they know what impacts to their roadways will happen there? So that's all for now, folks. Thank you. And I urge you to vote against this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next card, please.
Shirley Facemeyer.
Ms. Facemeyer. Thank you, Ms. Facemeyer. Next.
James Stahl.
Ms. Stahl? Mr. Stahl?
James Stahl, 5550 Graham Street in Cocoa. I'm currently the president of the local Audubon Society. And I'm here mainly speaking about an eagle nest. It's on property very close to the proposed development. And this has been monitored by the Eagle Watch Group over the last several years. It's been a very productive nest. Most years they raise 2 young in it. And eagles return to the same nest year after year as long as there's no major disturbance to it. The bald eagle is no longer endangered, but it is protected under the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act. And this prohibits any disruption, any interruption to the nesting season, any disruption to the eagles returning to their nest. It's a federal violation to violate this act. And I believe with all the high intensity development that it would disrupt the eagle nest. There's no way of saying this for sure, but it's close enough. It could be disrupted by this development. I've seen the back of the property. It has some very impressive trees on it, oaks, sugarberries, pines. Some of these could be original trees. So I think the best thing to do is not to approve the development, but to keep it as low density hospital related property. Thank you.
Before you leave, can you clarify, in your role in the Audubon Society, what the federal regulations are for developers around an active eagle's nest?
The recommendation is no development, no disturbance within 660 foot. And the nest is more than that. But if there's major development, major interruption, then the buffer zone becomes much larger. It just depends on the type of development, the amount of noise it's going to make.
And do you know what action the developer needs to take in order to comply with this regulation?
They have to get if there's going to be disturbance, they need to get a federal permit to go ahead with the project.
Mr. Rice, do you have a question of this?
Yeah, along the same lines. When is I think you said the mating season or nesting season? What time of year is that?
The eagles leave here in the summertime. They go farther north. They return in October, November, and the nesting probably starts in December. December, January, February are the main months of the active nest.
And when are the hatchlings, sir? So do they have a season for hatchlings? How long is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
When they lay eggs, okay, when they're hatchlings, how long a period is that?
From laying the eggs until the young fledge, it's about 3 months.
Okay. Did that answer your question, Mr. Rice?
Yeah, along with the buffer area was the other one. So.
Go ahead, sir. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next card, please.
Dwight Severs.
Mr. Severs.
I recognize you.
Yes, sir. For the record, my name is Dwight Severs. I reside here in Titusville. My family and myself have owned a home on Georgia Avenue, received the notice. We've owned it for 39 years. My parents purchased that as a new home, lived there until their death. And over the years, together with others in the neighborhood, I have participated in a number of public hearings and meetings concerning the Corel property. The staff report fails to provide you adequate information concerning previous requests and limitations. The neighborhood has generally supported HM with approval of a concept plan and development agreement because, one, there was no access to Old Dixie. Two, the westerly 7.61 acres remained undeveloped and a conservation easement to allow for the wetlands, wetland buffer, etc. And number three, the setbacks of the development on the south side were greater than the code allowed. So they accommodated and respected the neighbors. Staff on page 63 of their report recommended in favor of all three ordinances without any conditions or limitations. The factors or criteria that really should be considered on the US 1 frontage is entirely different than that should be considered on the Old Dixie frontage. A concept plan taking in consideration the adjacent property owner's concern should be done, or otherwise the request should be denied. It appears to be that the residents generally want the HM to remain in effect. I would respectfully suggest that for the following reasons, this application should be denied. Number one, it is not compatible with the existing development in the area. Number two, Old Dixie, even though labeled collector, is not. It does not meet any of the criteria. I've given you a picture of Old Dixie at the exact location where the road would come out, which is at a speed hump at 20 miles per hour. And the width of that road at that point is 23 to 24 feet wide. You can see I've included the minimum requirements of the city for Collector Street. This street should be brought up to code in the event you're going to grant this, and it is not. This simply is speculative land use and zoning. If the developer will not submit a binding site plan, he's not very serious about his development, and he's going to flip it. That's exactly what's going to happen. There's no protection for the adjacent neighbors, no setbacks or green space, and no protection of the wetlands by a conservation easement. I attached the first 2 pages that shows you site plans that have been approved that illustrate those reasons for protections. That is for Old Dixie, the 7.61 acres. Could I have another minute?
You certainly may.
Okay. In addition, I've attached some of the reasons why I don't believe this complies with your comprehensive plan. I could go over those if you want me to, but clearly this application does not comply with your comprehensive plan or your land use regulations as such. Even the concurrency analysis that has occurred here, the school board didn't use 447 units, which staff has said that's what you're supposed to use. There's no concurrency analysis for Old Dixie whatsoever, no traffic report, no nothing. And clearly it does not comply with your current regulations as far as Collector Street. And before they dump traffic on it, they should be required to bring it up code. And on page 57 of it, the comprehensive plan clearly says, to the extent which adequate infrastructure to accommodate the proposed amendment exists or is programmed to be funded. That doesn't occur here.
Could you remain at the podium in case there's a question from Mr. Richardson, please, Mr. Shivers?
I remember us discussing this at one point. What are the dates on these 2 plans?
Well, the latest one is 2016, and that's the first page. Little John, and you can see clearly on there the wetlands. You can see clearly on Honeycutt and Associates, the wetlands identified. And as I indicate, according to your comprehensive plan, if wetlands are identified, then it should be processed as an amendment to your comprehensive plan and changed to conservation land use or a conservation easement. The recommendation of staff doesn't say that, but that's a requirement of your comprehensive plan, and I cite the regulation that says that. It's simple as that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Next card, please.
Maureen Rupie.
Ms. Rupie.
Good evening. Maureen Roop. I live in Port St. John. And I'm speaking here tonight entirely as an individual. I say that because there's many that know me here. I am on the Parish Hospital Board and also the boards of Marine Resource Council, League of Women Voters, and the Sierra Club. I have concerns with the impact of development on the community. The zoning currently on this property is, I'm sorry, I have heart problems. If you'll bear with me.
We'll bear with you.
The zoning currently on this property is ensuring the health and safety and future for the people in Titusville and North Brevard and its proximity to Parish Medical Centre. There has to be a balance between people, the residential and medical amenities, so the people's health does not suffer due to this rapid increase in homes. Also for the environment and wildlife. As we have heard, some threatened and possibly endangered species are on this property. please retain the medical zoning on this property for quality of life of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next card, please.
Earl Eubank.
Mr. Eubank?
My name is Earl Eubank. I live at 2180 Maryland Avenue. I've been living there for 33 years, and I've watched how the water floods that area. If you take away that woods and you dump more water in our Coleman ditch, we're going to flood our houses. I lost a car engine since they put that new drainage ditch in across the river. Since that's been done, I still have, Georgia's been flooded since then. My daughter was coming home from work at 1 o'clock one day, and the Georgia was so flooded so bad that her car ended up being stalled out on Georgia and ruined the engine. This is since the ditch has been built. And there's been a medical problem in our neighborhood at one time, and they couldn't get into our neighborhood because the road was flooded. And I've seen my house an island out there when that water coming down so fast. When we have the flash floods, we've been going through a dry spell lately. But when we have the rain, that water is 5 miles of street water going into the ditch. It comes down here, and then it can't get across. It could only go in that one hole. And if you take away the woods and put parking lots and dump more water in there, what's going to do to our houses? That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Next card, please.
James Boyd.
Mr. Boyd?
Hello, James Boyd. I live at 1395 Old Dixie Highway. I'm a retired Air Force colonel. We picked Titusville to live. We found some land that we wanted. We wanted to have some open space and build a house for our retirement home. And we have a special needs daughter that we needed a little extra space for. So that's why we moved here, and we've been happy so far. For you neighbors that may not know me, I'm the guy that was building the fence at Old Dixie and LaGrange. You might have seen me out there a little while working. Our property is on the northern edge of the proposed development, right there next to the 36 units. Our property borders there. We're right across that drainage ditch runs through the end of our property. We're right there. So our concern that I want to address is mainly the traffic. There's other parts I could talk to. I just want to keep it simple to the traffic area. Others have mentioned, the flow there. He said it was going to be 36 units. That does sound better than all of them passing through there. But still, that would be increasing. Like they said, it could be double the cars there. So it could be close to 70-something cars coming through there. And that would just be increasing a little bit of everything. People coming through there, they're heading to Publix, to Winn-Dixie, to the high school. They're going to come on Old Dixie to get there. That's the quickest way. It's going to bring increased noise and pollution and people throwing garbage on the side of the road. I'm getting tired of picking it up, but I'm still out there doing it. As I said, we have a special needs daughter. That's part of the reason I fenced it in, that and our dog, but mainly for our daughter. And she has no fear of anything, and she'll just go where she wants to go. She's 20 years old and mentally about 4 or 5. And she does get out of that fence sometimes. And increased traffic, if she gets out and we didn't see her go, that just increased the risk a little bit for us personally. Got to mention the main part. We also, as for that property we have a honeybee farm there. And we're on the southern end down there. We have honeybees out there, Nooks. They're raised out there, and they're actually sold in California and overseas. You hear about the bee shortages and all. some of them are raised right there, and they get shipped out every January. So we have that right next to there. So if people have bee allergies, they might have some issues if we're that close to them. So we'd like to, keep this zoned as a hospital use, if possible. And if you need to zone it for housing, we'd like to keep a low density to match what's there in the neighborhood now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next card, please.
Edwina Boyd.
Ms. Boyd?
I did try and get you pictures of eagles. It didn't go. You would like them. I'm Edwina Boyd. I live at 1395 Old Dixie Highway. Sorry. It's on the northern edge of the concerned property, and we have all the ditches, all the drainage ditches going through our property and into the main ditch.
Talk a little bit louder, Ms. Boyd, or just move a little closer to your microphone.
Okay, dear members, as you may recall, I relayed a letter to the last zoning meeting. We own the adjacent farm. We are currently 90% built and have already hosted 2 veterans for respite. Although our property is zoned for 64 units, we feel that the area needs to be kept green space for the community and the greater good. We are concerned about how a high-density zoning will affect the local wildlife such as bobcats, nesting horned owls, and bald eagles, which have been seen performing their mating rituals above the property in question, which is right next to their nest. We chose this property for our retirement because of its peaceful, low-density area, and which our veterans sorely need the respite with. Please allow us to preserve this restful demeanor of this low-density housing area, which is historically renowned. Here on our property, to remind you, does this look familiar? The Hernandez Trail.
Yes.
It was on our property under 6 inches of dirt. So we know it's a part of the historical part of the area, and I'd like to know more about it and donated, of course, the area. So we are a historical area, and we'd like to keep it that way.
Thank you so much. Next card, please.
William Kuzma.
Do you need to spell your name, sir?
If you need me to, I will. It's
Okay.
William Kuzma,
Just-
last
thank you.
name Kuzma, Kuzma. I live at 2310 Maryland Avenue.
Thank you.
And this subject was touched upon earlier about the flooding. Now, what I have here is just a few photos of out in front of my house during a somewhat good rainstorm.
We can share. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. It gets really bad.
This is a serious wake. Good.
Right. Well, before any other development should happen, I think we should address the current drainage problems that we have already. 2 drainage locations, which are on either side of this car, they're collapsing. They're not, they're always backfilling with dirt in the yards. They get washed down. All the dirt is gone. It's just not a good situation for us. The wetlands in the back fills up. It comes over into my backyard, through my pool, and up my back door. That's how bad the flooding is. So I propose that you just take care of the existing issues that we have before you even entertain adding so much more pavement to our area. And that's pretty much all I got. I mean, this picture speaks for itself. And I back everybody in here by what they're saying. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next card, please.
Ken Tolios.
Mr. Tolios.
Hi, my name's Ken Tolios, and I'm at 967 Tennessee Street. And I really wasn't going to speak today, but I filled out that thing just because I was supposed to fill it out, and they said fill it out anyway. But I'm completely against changing the zoning. I think it should stay medical. There's already approved for medical, it should stay medical. I'm what you'd call, I guess, a snowbird. I'm down here for about 7.5 to 8 months out of the year. And I constantly have to fly back and forth to Massachusetts for doctor's appointments. In fact, my wife just had surgery today. She had to go to Merritt Island. But I go back and forth all the time to Massachusetts for doctors and try to get doctors to take you on out here. I made 10 phone calls. One office got back to me, and they said, I'm sorry, but we already lost one doctor. We have no idea when we're going to be taking new patients. So keep it medical zone.
Thank you so much. Next card, please.
Michael Myjack.
Mr. Myjack.
Michael Myjack, Titusville. I'm going to bring up the subject of legalized harm because that's what we've done to our lagoon. We have been committing legalized harm, which is caused by the action and inaction of federal and state governments, be it erratic definitions of health, harm, public interest, various scientific standards, environmental impact studies or considerations, or lack thereof, and a variety of other requirements. The problem is not a lack of environmental laws in Florida. The problem is not due to a string of illegal polluters. The problem set is systemic, and it is more likely like a death by 1,000 cuts. Will this property be the cut that kills the lagoon? It's just another one of 999. I can tell you this. You have a mandate through the BMAP to add no new stormwater. Changing and increasing density anywhere is going to increase stormwater, period. And you have a mandate to not add new stormwater to the impaired waters of the North Indian River Lagoon. Now, to emphasize this, I'm going to tell you something today that you don't know. Florida's last Class 1 waters, Blue Springs, is now Class 2. We have no Class 1 waters in the state of Florida anymore. You should have a mandate to do no more harm. Anything that you approve that increases density has got to stop. Legal right to decide to not approve is a choice that you do have. Mr. Sievers gave you several good reasons, but let me tell you, what we do here today and what we do going forward will either save this lagoon or not. When I worked at NASA, I had a poster on my wall that said, if you always do what you always done, you always get what you always got. To do the same thing and expect a different result in this environment would be insanity. Please don't let that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Majek. Do I have another card, clerk?
Sorry. Naira Atia.
Ms. Natia?
Good evening. I'm Naira Atia, 2285 Beechwood Court. And I agree with everything that has been said thus far, and I hope you'll consider the pleas and the arguments that have been presented before you this evening. Do you remember how watching Mr. Rogers' neighborhood made you feel once upon a time? He applied for a $20 million grant for PBS to support the program, and he earned his grant, I think, when he said, we've got to have more of this neighborhood expression of care. When the show first aired in 1968, and until it ended in 2001, this is what he gave every day to every child, a neighborhood expression of care. I wonder if you might cast your eyes upon an oak hammock, upon venerable noble trees, which you have had the privilege of encountering in your neighborhoods when they were already 100 or 200 years old, some older. Might you think of them as your neighbors? Neighbors who, if cut down, you will never again see that old or that venerable in your lifetime. Please consider the trees, our fellow creatures, the waters around us, which are all our source of life, along with nature's every wonder. They provide us with the care and comfort which good neighbors can provide. They feed our bodies and spirits. They invite us to sit a spell beside them or beneath them in their cool pools of shade or in their refreshing waters. Often we don't think just how their sounds, their presence sustains us day in, day out. How frequently we feel their effects as they continue through the ages to be our quiet, humble healers. They move us and interest us with sound and spectacle daily as we navigate our way through our lives. Can you imagine spring with no songbirds, birds with no trees to shelter in, a world of buildings, roads, bridges with less and less nature around them to soften our man-made structures? You say habitations are necessary. Of course they are. However, when considering a piece of land to build on, won't you also consider what shelters, feeds, consoles, and refreshes our bodies and souls? May I have a few minutes? If you are mindful, you will know just how much we depend on nature and how, if we turn only to man-made structures, we would soon find ourselves on a starvation diet. I am pleading with you to consider this. When you encounter the magnificent oaks rich with life, which we see in abutting Kay and Michael St. Ange's backyard, which I have visited, won't you think twice and thrice before removing what in fact are good neighbors? Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate a conclusion with poetic license. Thank you so much. What commissioners have comments, please, or questions?
Reserve time to come back up.
Can.
Thank you. Before I'd like to get into the concessions that we discussed before I sat down, I would like to address some of the concerns and fears of the residents. And my point is the history of this property. Staff has done a pretty good job of looking at and analyzing this from a macro planning standpoint and responsible stewardship of the property from planning. There was part of it that was R3 back then, before on page 56 of 252, that before it was zoned to hospital use. It's been zoned hospital use for quite some time, and we're purchasing from that developer. Hospital use is not feasible. Hospital use for this property actually creates more traffic. I mean, my company, I've developed surgery centers for Columbia HCA. I've done every product type. You can go to my website, and I know medical. On surgery centers, for example, it's 10 spaces per 1,000 because the turn is so fast, especially now with technology. So when you start looking at hospital uses for this property, it generates more traffic, is a more abusive area, next to residential versus multifamily up on the street of US 1, graduating to a much lower density per acre into Old Dixie Highway. And to get into the concessions specifically, the non-flexibility of your code, that if we do change something, we have to go back again. That's primarily why it was pulled, but we're not opposed to that. And the recommendation for the board, we have no problem with limiting to exactly what the concept plan says, but we want the flexibility to work with the neighbors to move it around the best we can. So we're willing to concede to 316 units. We always had a concept plan. We're not in this for 447. We are not flipping it. You're going to see me here a while. So 316 units in a concept plan. That's concession number one. Concession number two is, yes, we're doing the environmental reports. Yes, we're willing to look at the wetlands. We're staying out of the wetlands in that 1.6 acres to make a permanent, conservatory of that wetland is fine. We'll go ahead and commit to that up front. And the traffic studies are complete inside of Kimley Horn's traffic division. And we will demonstrate that there isn't a failing of the 2-lane Dixie Highway because 36 units of a townhome. There is zero access for the other 280 units to Old Dixie Highway that was mentioned earlier. So if those concessions are acceptable, we can work with the neighbors, work with you all on staff, we'll work with staff, and we can massage the concept drawing and present it with those reports, which are going to be reviewed, which are also in staff's report. So with that, I'd like to entertain any questions.
Faison.
Sir, flooding seems to be a big concern for many of the residents. We have another developer here in town that he proposed doing something for the city of Titusville to assist with water and drainage. Are you willing to do something like that for those residents as well?
Sure, as long as we don't have to impact the wetland. I mean, the issue is, and we shared a very crude drawing on the survey, the Maryland Avenue property abuts up to a wetland. The wetland we're talking about, to non-disturb it. And that's part of the problem. That neighborhood basically backs up to the entire wetland. And we're going to adhere to the strictest of retention and detention. There won't be one drop of water, which again is a condition of the state, that will leave our property and go into another property. That's part of the drainage calculations. That's part of the 2 retention ponds we have on site. We have plenty of room to make the retention ponds bigger. Whatever conditions you want to put on us for retention and detention, we will basically adhere to. But the fact of the matter is, the topography is, I can't change what God created. God created a very large wetland there, and that is most of the problem why the neighborhood is flooding. But I agree with you. Let's look at that. We're all about it. If we can help in any way during our drainage modeling with Kimley Horn, 100% chance we'll do it.
Additional questions, commissioners? I see none. Close the public hearing and call for a motion on this agenda item, but I need some help from Counselor, please. You need three motions, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Cue me on which is which, please. You need one on 9B, is that correct? And you want it to read 52-112, is that it?
There's a recommendation on page 54 of your agenda packet for the order to be 1, the annexation, 2, the small scale amendment, and 3, the rezoning. So those are the 3 items that you'll be looking at in terms of making a motion on page. But I would like to just point out that there's different recommendations depending upon what is decided. There is a more descriptive recommendation on page 63.
Go to page 63, please. Is the annexation recommendation, is that correct?
Yes, the staff recommendation is to approve the annexation 1-22, as you see there on line 11 and forward.
And that's the property on Old Dixie.
Yes, sir.
0.46 acres east of Old Dixie Highway.
Clarification, is that where the roadway is supposed to go?
Is that the exit or the egress? What is that?
The
Staff clarify, please.
the visual is on page 66 of the property that's proposed to be annexed, and what the applicant has described is that would be the ingress and egress for the townhomes only.
So I will entertain a motion for 1-22 on the annexation recommendation.
I have a question.
Ms. Riley, thank you.
So we need to work these 3 things together?
You can have discussion at this point as far as what you are leaning towards so that your other council members may understand what you're leaning towards and to get a consensus before the motion is made. That's what the appropriate, so now is your discussion time and you can discuss the pros and cons of each different ordinance.
So let's keep it with each individual, so, because then you're going to have to make a motion on each
If you have
individual.
questions for staff about any of the ordinances before a motion is made, now would also be a good time for anything related to the project.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Galindo, would there be any, if we were inclined, I'm not saying we are, but if we were inclined to deny the zoning, would there be any reason to accept the annexation?
You could consider it separately. So usually with an annexation, we get just the annexation application, and the ordinance includes what zoning and what future land use designation will be included. So if you wanted to recommend to council to approve the annexation and not approve the future land use or rezoning that would apply those to the property once it's incorporated into the city, you could make a recommendation to council to amend the ordinance to include which future land use designation and zoning district would be appropriate, I think. Let me clarify that with Chelsea.
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we could vote just on annexation without worrying about what we're going to decide on the other 2.
Correct.
Mr. Faison.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay. Any additional questions on annexation? Mr. Rice?
Yeah, Eddie, just want to clarify, on the annexation, if we annex it, then we have to rezone that particular parcel and designate the comp plan future land use designation on that parcel, okay? They're sort of all grouped together in the way it's packaged. So my question really is, on all three of these things, if they're denied, what is the right of the applicant to resubmit, change the plan, do whatever he's going to do? Does he have to wait a year? I think that's typical. It's a year time frame.
Only if it's the same request. If it's a different request, they can do that anytime.
A different request. So when you say different request, would a different request be different from the zoning that he's requesting, or does it just mean adding a binding development plan? Would that be different?
That would certainly be different.
That would certainly be different. Okay.
Faison?
Staff, how long have they been trying to get this pushed through?
I want to say approximately 6 months. I'm going to see what the, if our application has a time on it, or a date. December.
Thank you.
Member Rice?
Yeah, I'll just come out of the box and tell you, I'm struggling with this, and I don't think I can support it. But I want to share with you why, okay, so you know. One is the thing that's interesting in the other two previous site plans that were presented, they did more of a cluster development, probably because of the impervious surface limitations. Okay, it made sense to do that. So one, you have no binding site plan. That's a problem for me. I grew up in this town, and I really do look at Old Dixie as a local road, not really a collector. I really struggle with saying that that is a collector. I've driven up and down that road as a kid. I lived out that way, and I just don't see it. I think you have to address the Eagle's Nest and the requirements of that. The wetlands, what I don't get a comfort feeling for is one of the reports said there was no wetlands, but then historic documents say there are wetlands. It doesn't give me a real comfort level on the material that was presented to me as you as an applicant. And then the ditch system impacts, which you're trying to address and you're willing to address those. I think those are important to try to address those. But those are the reasons with the compatibility and clustering and moving buffers and meeting with the applicant, you could have done a much better job, and I just don't think you're there. So that's why I'm not going to support it.
Mr. Richardson?
Yes, get the process moving. I make a motion that we recommend denial of annexation 1-2022.
Do I have a second?
Denial.
Denial. Do I have a second? Roll call vote, please.
Member Aton?
I think yes, approving denial.
Member Rice?
Yes.
Secretary Grant?
Yes.
Member Riley?
Yes.
Chairman Richardson?
Yes.
Member Perez?
Yes.
Chairwoman Spidel?
Yes, denial. We have another action on comprehensive plan amendment recommendation. What comments do we have? Ms. Riley?
I think it goes without saying, at least that's the vibe I'm getting, that we're going to deny on the zoning. Is the zoning the next one?
Comprehensive plan, yes. No, it's comprehensive plan is the next one. I'm just going by the list. 63.
The land use ordinance starts on page 74, and the exhibit of the existing and proposed land use is on page 78 of your packet.
So I make a motion that we deny the amendment to change the comprehensive plan from commercial low density and public, semi-public use to high density residential, that we deny that.
I would second the motion.
Roll call, please.
Vice Chairman Richardson?
Yes.
Secretary Grant?
Yes.
Member Perez?
Yes.
Member Rice?
Yes.
Member Riley?
Yes.
Member Aton?
Yes.
Chairwoman Spidel?
Yes, denial. The third proposal is rezoning recommendation. Do I have a motion?
I would move that we recommend denial of the rezoning recommendation to change the property west of US Highway 1 and south of LaGrange Road from hospital, medical, and general use zoning to multifamily, high-density residential zoning district. We do make a motion to deny that.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Roll call vote, please.
Secretary Grant?
Yes.
Member Perez?
Yes.
Member Aton?
Yes.
Member Riley?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Richardson?
Yes.
Member Rice?
Yes.
Chairwoman Spidel?
Yes, denial. I would like it.
You still have to
I'd
go
like
to city
to-
council.
Yep. This is phase one. I would like to thank each member who came tonight and intelligently presented their point of view for your behavior. I'd like staff to thank staff, and I would especially like those people who gave such a comprehensive and intelligent presentation to the commissioners. We value that, and we value your opinion.
And may I say, I think about time the city start listening to its citizens.
Thank you for coming. If you would, I think we're going to have an adjournment for about 5 minutes. We've got more of the meeting, but if you all would like to say goodbye. You're excused. Tech guy, can you ring a bell or something? Is he gonna ring a bell or something? Okay. What kind of button? I don't know. I've never pressed a button before. Which one, baby? This one? Show me. I don't know. Show me. This one?
Should be.
Oh, I didn't even know. Okay.
It's like an airport.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you. We ain't finished. Commissioners ready? Thank you very much. Staff, where are we, please? We're losing staff. What's happening here?
Your next item is on page 113 of your packet.
13 boys and girls.
This is a small-scale amendment, comprehensive plan amendment with rezoning, SSA number 1-2022 for a project called Sisson Townhomes. Page 113. Excuse me, 2-, yeah. Yeah, that's incorrect.
Page 114, is that correct?
113 is the packet.
113 for the packet, thank you.
So the applicant is requesting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment with rezoning to utilize one zoning development standard for purposes of approving a concept plan for 91 townhomes. Property lies west of Sisson Road. The intent of the request is to change the western portion of parcel from the current medium-density residential future land use and R2 zoning to the high-density residential land use and the R3 zoning. The acreage of the entire property includes the subject tax parcels, which are a total of 15 acres. So I do have a short PowerPoint presentation for you. Again, the property is west of Sisson Avenue. The area of the property that's proposed to be changed is about 5.5 acres. Proposed increase, again, is from a residential density of 10 units per acre maximum up to 15 units per acre. However, the applicant has submitted a concept plan to be attached to the rezoning ordinance with a maximum number of units of 91 for a townhome development. You can see in the maps here, the future land use maps, the map on the left shows the subject property with the one to the south and the one to the north, which are currently developed. There's the Timber Trace apartments located immediately to the south. And there's also another townhome development immediately to the north of this property. Those two developed properties have the current existing split land use of medium density and high density. You see on the map on the right, with if this is approved, this is the new density or new land use that would be placed on that portion of that property. So everything would then be a high-density residential. You can see the same thing with the rezoning. So then once the land use, if it is adopted, the applicant is requesting that the zoning district also be changed from the R2 zoning district to the R3. The applicant has proposed this concept plan to be tied to rezoning. The property is located in the area of critical concern, and it's also, in addition to being located in an area of critical concern, it's also located very close to the city's wells. So it's in Generally, all development within the ACC has a maximum impervious allowance of 40%. But once you develop inside certain zones or rings or distances from or wells, then the maximum impervious coverages get more stringent. So the northwest corner of this concept is located in the most stringent radii, and so that allows a maximum impervious coverage of 20%. Right outside of that allows a maximum impervious of 25%. And then the rest of that property has a maximum impervious coverage of 30%, I believe. The applicant did demonstrate how they can comply with that with this concept plan. We did not submit the image or the illustration that shows exactly where these radii are located because our general rule is that we don't want to provide that kind of information where our wells are located. But I believe the applicant did provide that information during a community meeting, and I believe they may have exhibits that they can distribute to you as well tonight to show that. If the purpose for this, from what the applicant told us, is that they would like to have a uniform zoning district development standard. So the R2 zoning district allows townhomes, and that's on the west third of this property. The development standards are a minimum lot size for townhomes of 3,000 square feet and a minimum width of those lots to be 24 feet. In the R3 zoning district, which is the east 2/3 of this property, the R3 allows townhomes to have a minimum lot size of 2,000 square feet and a minimum lot width of 20 feet. So what the applicant would like to do is to ask for a rezoning, a land use change and a rezoning to allow the entire property to abide by the R3 zoning district. We did our analysis based on what the comprehensive plan says and their zoning requirements, criteria, and the land regulations. And we believe that keeping the existing medium density land use is preferable because it provides that buffer. I'm going back to that image I showed you where you see the land use existing on the left side there, that map on the left side of your screen. It provides a transition from the low density residential, which is located immediately west of this property, followed by the medium density residential, and then next to high density residential. However, our recommendation does include that if you believe that or find that the land use amendment is compatible and appropriate to change it, we do not have any objection with the concept plan as presented under the rezoning. So in either scenario, the maximum number of units would be 91. If this land use is denied, then they're going to be restricted to having to redesign parts of this concept plan to show 3,000 square foot townhome lots on a portion of the development and 24-foot wide townhome lots on a portion of the development. If the land use is approved, we also do not have any objection to the concept plan as illustrated to you. It meets the requirements for, it does not exceed the maximum impervious standards inside those radii that I explained to you from our wells, inside the area of critical concern. So with that, I'll try and answer any questions you have about this, and the applicant is here to answer any questions too.
Member Rice.
So really what this is all about is lot size and lot width more than anything. It's not about density, it's not about anything. It's really about the 24 feet versus 20 and 100-foot depth versus 125-foot depth.
That's correct. However, when we look at the land use criteria, from a zoning perspective, yeah, that's correct. But from a land use perspective, from the policies that we found, we had a hard time being able to support that land use question. And so that's why we recommended preserving that buffer of land uses from low to medium to density, consistent with what you see with the other properties.
But essentially, if this is a binding development plan, it's capped at 91 regardless of what the zoning is, whether it's R2 or, because both of them, with the way it sits today, that you that's more than enough density.
That's correct. However, if they are denied this, they may lose a couple of lots. And some of those lots that are inside that western portion of the property would have to be larger. So they might have to do some tweaks to their design. Okay. The other thing too is that they're dedicating a public right-of-way to the city. And according to the area critical concern requirements, that whole area, right-of-way that you're dedicating to the city is excluded prior to you determining what that maximum impervious coverage is. So if it's going to be a dedicated public right-of-way to the city, we did a calculation based on what the actual impact would be with that roadway, plus what they're proposing, and it came out to be about 38% maximum impervious
38%. That's
inside
with
one
a
of the
public
radiuses.
right-of-way, it's 38%.
In one area, in one particular zone, we looked at that, and then we analyzed that with our engineer.
Okay.
However, we believe that there is a potential for allowing for the development to go forward. It may be potentially larger lots and maybe a couple fewer lots as well. And potentially, the roadway might not be as extensive or as encroaching into the radii in its proximity to the well. However, the applicant has objected to those concerns, and I believe they will say that in either scenario, they'll probably be meeting this maximum impervious in either scenario.
Okay. And then, so we've done those calculations. If they did all ID, correct me if I'm wrong, there's some options there that you can reduce curbing, road widths and stuff like that also that would help reduce that impervious surface footprint. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's all I have for now.
Member Richardson?
Yes, Brad, as development happens along Sisson Road, has the staff considered the widening of Sisson or adding a lane, a turn lane or something to Sisson? Because I travel it about twice a week and, you know, it's getting crowded traffic.
The concurrency analysis that we received from our staff when they did a review of this was that there would not be an impact to the level of service standard along Sisson. However, a traffic study will be required with a site plan. So at that stage, we may find that there may be some improvements that need to be added to Sisson in order to accommodate this development. That's possible.
Mr. Faison, please.
One of my concerns, or I actually have two concerns about this property. I actually live in that neighborhood just east of the property of this proposed development. And there's at least one major accident every 3 weeks right at the front of Loxley and Sisson, and that's where I live. It's very, very congested, and traffic in that area is terrible. The other concern that I have with the city of Titusville is that we continue to allow smaller lots just to allow maximum density. And I think that at some point we need to stop that, start going back to larger lots to allow, if we're going to have families move in there, let's give those families space. You know what I mean? And I'm glad for the developers that are building things. We need that, but these families that are buying this also need some space. So let's look at kind of reducing the amount of times that we're allowing smaller lots versus larger lots.
Member Rice?
Yeah, two questions. One, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but Sisson Road, I think, is a county-maintained road. It's not a city-maintained road at all. Any improvements with impact fees or anything that would happen along Sisson would have to be from Brevard County.
Well,
maybe a shared.
Yeah, we need, I mean, obviously the city believes that there's improvements that need to be made. We could always do that in conjunction with the maintaining agency, such as the county.
And then refresh my memory, but I think I know the answer, but I just want to confirm it. You can't variance lot width and size, can you?
That was, yes, you can, as part of a development. They can go through a variance, but when that was discussed as an option during the pre-application meeting, staff was finding a hard way to support that through the variance process.
You wouldn't support it? Staff would not support that?
We couldn't find a way to be able to support that based on the criteria.
You didn't find a way to do it? Yeah. So you'd rather rezone it than do a variance?
This is an option. I'm not saying we'd rather do this. This is just an option they decided to go for.
All right.
Mr. Rice, just to clarify for the rest of the group, a variance, when you go through a variance before the Board of Adjustment, you have to justify a hardship because there's something unusual about your property being able to meet the letter of the law. And so it's a much higher bar. It's very difficult to get variances to justify them sometimes.
Well, the hardship is the maximum impervious area that you're allowed. And by reducing the lot width, you reduce the impervious surface area. That's the hardship. It's pretty easy.
They certainly could have gone through that option if they decided.
Is the applicant here tonight?
Two that was sent in earlier today. Perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Tara Tedrow, Lowndes Law, 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando, Florida, here on behalf of the applicant. I appreciate that it's late. I have a PowerPoint presentation, so I'll try to go rather quickly through it. I don't know if there's a clicker I can use to save you. There we go. Perfect. So if you see on the screen there, the subject property, it is 5.58 acre portion that we're looking at as a portion of what's called parcel 1 there on the map. And that's an overall 11.82 acre parcel for parcel 1. The entire development between parcels 1 and 2 is a 15.2 acre development in total. So the current future land use designation, as you saw in the staff presentation, is a mix between medium density and high density residential, which means you walk 1 foot in either direction on our site and you go from medium density to high density. So not necessarily a whole lot of logic between the two because you're allowed to average the density between those two because we have 2 zoning designations on the property. So you can still get a very high density even with a split zoning on the site today. Under a medium density residential, it would allow a maximum of 10 dwelling units an acre. High density would allow up to 15 dwelling units an acre, which is why, as part of our application, we submitted a binding concept plan that would lock the property in to having a lower density than what is allowed by right today. So you can see that the proposed future land use designation would have the entire site have high density residential. And the current zoning, again, is split between R2 and R3. With the proposed zoning designation on that 5.58 acre portion to become R3. If you look at the development standards under the city's code for R2 and R3, and if you look at what uses are allowed by right, again, if you were in R2 and if you were in R3, both of them would allow townhomes. Both of them would also allow for a multifamily development, so an apartment building to go on this project site. If you approve our binding concept plan, the next buyer in line can't come in and build a much more dense apartment project because we will have restricted the development on the site to the 91 townhomes as shown in our concept plan. You can see too that, as pointed out by staff, the only relevant distinction between the 2 zoning designations is just the lot width. So it's a matter of whether we're talking about 24-foot wide lots or 20-foot lots. And as part of desiring consistency among the product type that we have on site, and if we were not able to get an approval, it would only impact 1 unit. So we did the math, we drew it out, it's 1 dwelling unit that would change between 24 and 20, but we would rather have the 20-foot product to be consistent with the design standards of the builder, which is Park Square Homes. So that's the only distinction, and it really is a lot of work to get to being able to have a 20-foot wide building pad. But again, I think the nice thing about what we're proposing is that it's going to lock in a development that the neighbors don't have to wonder whether you're going to have a multifamily apartment building coming in here at a density that could be double by right today than what we're proposing with our binding concept plan. So you can see on our density comparison, the maximum density today, averaging out between the 2 future land use designations and zoning designations, is 200 units. The maximum density with a small scale amendment would be higher, but keep in mind that the binding concept plan would restrict it down to 91 units. So instead of there being an allowable 200-unit apartment building, we would be only having 91 townhomes instead on the property. And again, that would be a binding concept plan. Any changes to that plan, if there's any fear that my client isn't going to develop the property, would have to come back before a public hearing if we tried to modify that and even increase it by 1 dwelling unit count. So I think having listened to a lot of the concerns expressed by residents tonight, granted it was on another project, but some of that had to do with not really knowing what was going on the project site. I think the benefit here again is that you know exactly what you're going to get with this project. As you heard staff mention, there's existing homes of higher density build outs. So you have townhomes to the north, which has 8.2 dwelling units an acre. And then you have the Timber Trace Apartments to our south, which are 204 apartments, and that's approximately 11.9 dwelling units an acre. So we would be bringing the average between the two to 5.99 units per acre on our project, which to me, the reason given from staff in their report, where they said that let's just keep it as is because it provides a good buffer. I think that's an academic reason, because what we're talking about is a conceptual buffer. So what does it look like on a map when we color it out? Well, we've got some R2 here and some R3 here, and that, from a purely academic planning principle, might seem like a good buffer. If you ask me, a better buffer is locking in a density that's lower than all of the things around us to the north and the south, and then anything to the east and the west where we have some single-family homes, they're getting a much lower density than they otherwise might by right today, and that they otherwise might get to, given what we have surrounding us to the north and to the south. So functionally, I think it is a better buffer for those residents if we have a stepped down scale of density that's actually built on the property. So rather than talking about conceptually, what do we have under the future land use designation, let's talk about what we are actually going to be building on this site. And that is a lower density, again, than what is permitted by right today. So if you deny us, I don't know who's going to come in after us, but I can certainly tell you, as you can probably see from tonight, there's a lot of apartment builders who are hungry to be in this city. So our proposed land use plan development program shows you 91 townhome units, again, and that is per a binding concept plan that would be attached to our zoning ordinance. And it shows you that we would have those 20-foot by 105-foot minimum lots with a maximum 50% building coverage per lot. That's per code. We would have 5.99 dwelling units per acre. We would have 3.7 acres of open space on the property, which means if you look at the open space at 3.7 acres and our retention, we have about 42% of our site is going to remain pervious. We also have a 20-foot minimum buffer required on the property. To our south, we have a larger buffer that's about 23 feet. To the north, we have 25 feet. On the east and west, it's between 70 and 90 feet from the perimeter of the buffering. The 91 townhome units is 109 below what would be permitted otherwise. 5.99 dwelling units an acre is about 4 dwelling units an acre below what's permitted by right today in the medium density future land use designation. So oddly, we're going up conceptually under the comprehensive plan, but we are going down in reality on the density that would actually get built on this property. Keep in mind that the maximum impervious surface area remains the same, no matter what. If the future land use is changed, if the zoning is changed, that does not impact the maximum impervious surface area that would be allowed on this property. This might help show you those radii that were being discussed in terms of the area of critical concern and those protection areas. And so you can see that in the gray, that's where only there's the 20% limit. In the yellow, it's the 25% limit. And in the orange, that's where the 30% limit overlay comes into play. The calculations, which are a vision test, given the font that they show up on that screen, so apologies for that. But all of those calculations were done per your code. And something was mentioned about the dedication of public right-of-way, but your code very specifically references under Section 7 that it excludes right-of-way. So we aren't doing the calculations any different than the way the technical manual set forth in your code would require our engineers to have run those numbers. So again, regardless of what the zoning is on this property, we still have to abide by those limitations, and those are abided by per the plan that we would be submitting to you that would be binding. In terms of comprehensive plan policies, your staff does a very good job of providing a summary of their findings. And if you do go through the staff review, it's actually more positive than it is a vote against us. They give numerous reasons why we meet multiple comprehensive plan policies and the technical standards under your land development code. Some worth pointing out is that under policy 1.13.2 about protecting groundwater quality, we are limiting impervious coverage to meet all of the guidelines. We have 3.7 acres of open space on the subject property. Under policy 1.11.7, we have appropriate visual screens and buffers. Again, we have that minimum 20, but I've told you that we exceed that minimum by 23 feet, 25 feet, and then 80 to 90 feet on some of those other sides to the east and to the west. So we greatly exceed that minimum buffer between surrounding properties. We're going to have a perimeter fence, decorative fence around the property as well, and then landscaping, of course. Under your comprehensive plan policy 1.14.1 talks about how the city should encourage a variety of housing types in the city. So we have proposed something at a lower density than what you're going to get to the north and to the south. We provide a different townhome product. Actually, what is built out to the north and the south in terms of those townhomes and those apartments were built in the mid-2000s. So it's been quite some time since a newer townhome product has been brought to market. And Titusville has a really thriving real estate market. Some averages show you guys had a 17, some say up to 28% increase in average real estate prices last year. Your median home ranges from anywhere from $250,000 up to $300,000. And so our projected cost would be in that $300,000 range for these. In terms of policy 1.14.6, high-density residential uses should be located adjacent to at least a collector or arterial street. We are located on a collector street. And the question that came up before my presentation that had to do with transportation. So there was a report that was run on transportation concurrency that was dated March 31st of this year, and this was provided by the city. And it shows that in terms of the traffic generation, so our project, they had us run the numbers on the max. So the max would have been 226 units. Remind you, it's only 91 that we're going for. Even if you ran it on 226 units, the max capacity of the roadway would not have a negative impact on the adopted level of service. The maximum capacity is 15,600 average daily trips. With our build out at 226 units, you're at 7,877 average daily trips, which means you still have about half of the available capacity on that road. And so that's the level of service that's been adopted. The capacity is there, but we aren't at over 1,000 trips a day. That's not the average daily trip. If you look at 5.81 trips generated from each of these residential units, we're at about 529. So we have a much lower trip generation rate than you would get, again, if somebody came in by right under R2, R3 and put 200 multifamily apartment units on this project, which they could do and just go pull permits tomorrow for a project like that. Some additional basis for support. And by the way, most of what I'm telling you right now is exactly from the staff report. So that's where I'm pointing out that there was a lot of positive that the staff had brought up. Another thing that staff had put in the report is that there is a need for new housing inventory for professionals, for alternative types of housing for that missing middle, and that the city is going to have a massive population increase. I mean, this is from 2017 showing that 4,000 residents could come in the next few years. I can't even imagine what those numbers look like after COVID. So certainly a large number of projected population growth here. And the question is, how can we sensibly plan for that population growth? And I think what we have done at a low density on this site is a great way to meet in the middle, to get new product out there, to get it at a price point that allows for that variety of housing that your comprehensive plan mandates that the city provide. Adequate water and sewer to service the 91 townhomes. The proposed land use change is consistent with residential uses of the area. We're located between two multifamily developments. The rezoning is unlikely to cause a depreciation of value. If anything, building out new inventory, if everything around us is from most recently the mid-2000s, would probably increase property values. They found the application is consistent with zoning in the area. They found that a multifamily development such as townhomes is needed. And that a more affordable alternative to detached single-family homes. And moreover, that the rezoning will not result in allowing additional impervious area. Remember, we are not going above what those maximum impervious areas are, and the requirements under your code are very stringent for a reason, and we have shown and evidenced in our application that we meet all of those. This just shows you some of the example conceptual renderings for the product type. And so the housing units you can see, the townhome units you can see on the site plan range from clusters of 4, 5, and 6 units in a row. And this just shows you another aerial of what those look like. So some have 1-car garage, some have 2-car garage. You've got that 20-foot minimum at least setback, so you have enough space in the driveway for additional cars. The project's going to have 40 on-street guest parking spaces as well to be able to accommodate all of what we need for guests. Happy to answer any questions. I appreciate that it's 9:15 almost, so I don't want to take up more of your time and patience, but we do have our engineer, we have a representative from Park Square if we can answer anything for you.
What questions do we have here? Mr. Faison.
Of course. Well, thank you, first and foremost. Again, I live currently across the street from this development. Affordable housing is definitely my vision here, and your homes are being priced at $300,000, yet our current constituency or our current residents don't make that money. And so as you guys are building for the future of future residents, there are a lot of neighborhoods being built currently where homes are priced at $300,000, not just yours, but there are many, many others. Yet we have people that live here right now that are looking to buy homes, and yet no one's building for them. You have a solution for that.
It's a crisis. And I agree with you. Everywhere we go, I think there's a couple things that communities can agree on. There's issues with traffic, and there's issues with either housing inventory or affordability of housing. That's just not a market or an asset class that Park Square is in. I mean, affordable housing is very specific, especially with the type of tax credit financing that you would have to do to be able to make that work. Unfortunately, with the way that properties are priced right now, I mean, the only way that you can develop out properties and recoup the amount that goes into it at a minimum without adding more cost. So, for example, you had mentioned some families do like bigger yards. I agree, but bigger yards can add on more costs that we then pass on to that end user. $300,000, I mean, if you look a lot of markets, that's a pretty good price compared to some places we found. Is it affordable? No. I wish we could have a solution to that. Unfortunately, we aren't able to provide, that need that you have mentioned. I hope that in the future there can be more opportunities for that, but I do think we meet a really good need for those who want something that's not a $900,000 house, because $300,000 becomes very attainable, even if it doesn't meet some of those state standards for what is technically affordable housing.
Okay, so one of the problems I have, right, is that here's 91 homes at $300,000 price point. Another neighborhood's building 118 homes at $300,000 price point. So we have about maybe 1,000 homes being built at that $300,000 price point. But we don't have that many people moving here. So now we're going to have a lot of homes that are sitting empty at a price point that no one can afford, because these investors are looking to recoup their monies. But however, we're getting too many homes at too high of a price point, and we don't have that base to buy them. And that's just my concern.
No, and I completely understood. I think that what I had found online and from our research is that 250 up to 300 is actually the median home price right now in Titusville. So we are not at the low end, but we're certainly not at the high end. We are in that median category, which makes it attainable. And I do think, and just as the projections in the economic reports that were done by the city in 2017, population growth is coming. So, I say cities and counties do growth management plans. They're not growth mitigation plans. They're not growth prohibition plans. So we got to figure out, people are going to come. It's a desirable place to live. I mean, the location that we have, if you look at where we're at, it takes you 3 minutes to get to Imperial Estates Elementary. These kids can walk there if they wanted to and actually safely ride a bicycle, as opposed to maybe a lot of other places and neighborhoods that are near schools. We are to get to 50, it's 2 minutes. To get to 405, it's 3 minutes. To get to the regional airport, it's less than 10 minutes. I mean, there's a really good location to bring this type of asset class, which is why I think that the market is there, and I think these are going to get bought pretty quickly. We had a community meeting in February, and one of the questions was, when are you going to start pre-selling these? I don't know if everybody loved it, but somebody asked, when are you going to start pre-selling it? I'd love to be able to downsize and get a townhome instead of having a house in a big yard that I have to mow the lawn for, pay somebody else to mow. So I think this location is going to be incredibly desirable. It's within a beautiful neighborhood. There's a lot of great housing built around us already. And I think we're going to be able to bring in and attract those folks who want to be permanent residents here in Titusville.
Member Riley.
Where do you propose to put an access road?
The access road on Sisson. There's a connecting point directly onto, I can go back on the slide, show you on the site plan. Oop. All I see is me. Okay. Sorry about that. Might be easy for me to keep that up to answer any questions. Okay, so you can see, I don't know if this is a laser pointer, of course it's not going to show up on the screen, but you can see where the gray is coming out with the arrow. That's the access point that is proposed. And with 91 units, only one access point was required. And we have Jamie Pullis from Pullis and Bennett as our civil engineer who can answer any specific site design questions too.
Any commissioners have any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Spidell?
Yes, sir.
If I could just, I don't have any objection to what was said. I think it's very consistent with what we presented to you in our staff report. I just have one comment, though. The difference between the land use recommendation and the zoning recommendation. The land use, as was mentioned, is academic, but it's the zoning and the concept are not tied to that land use ordinance. So if you approve the rezoning with the land use, someone in the future could come back and either rezone the property by either rezoning it to another district or removing the conditions or even concept plan of the underlying zoning, as long as it's consistent with the land use. So every zoning or rezoning application that we get always has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So I just want to make that distinction. There's two different reviews, two different analysis that we provided. The comprehensive plan is a legislative act. It's a policy decision, purely. And the rezoning is a quasi-judicial, so it has to be consistent with the comp plan.
So that's the difference between they're proposing 91 units to, give me another, to 200 and some, correct?
Correct. So the zoning right now, if the land use is just approved by itself and the zoning is just approved by itself without any kind of concept to it, she's correct. It could be a potential development, build out of 200 plus units on there. But with the concept plan tied to the zoning ordinance, it limits it. So now if they want to make any changes to the concept plan or to the rezoning, they always have to come back to a public hearing before you. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they come back and change or amend the comprehensive plan. So then at that point, it's only a quasi-judicial question to you.
Do the commissioners have a question on that? At 9:20, that becomes so complex. Okay. Is everyone real clear on that? Because this is, we can ask Brad, Mr. Parrish that. We can ask the council here.
I have a question for the applicant as well. I was wondering if there has been any discussion of unity of title for the two parcels.
Is whether there would be unity of title between the two? Yes. At closing, yes, there would be. Thank you for the reminder on our closing.
Additional questions from commissioners? I'm going to close the public hearing. Or are there any calls? I know we got cards. on
Yes,
this, right?
we have
Okay, sorry.
one card. Gordon Rebello.
Mr. Rebello. You okay? Thank you. Any additional cards?
No, that was all.
Thank you so much. Close the public hearing and call for an agenda item. Are we clear on what the agenda is? Yes? Discussion? Additional questions? No discussion? Call for a, please.
Staff, where's the ordinance for the SSA and the ordinance for the comp plan? What page? Scanning, I just can't find it.
Are you looking for the ordinances or the maps that illustrate the changes in land uses?
I'm sorry?
Are you looking for the ordinances or the maps, the
actual
exhibits?
ordinances.
Okay. One moment, I'll find this for you. The land use amendment ordinance is on page 156, and the exhibit attached to it is on 158.
150.
The rezoning ordinance is on 159, and the exhibits are on 161 and 62.
Member Rice.
And the staff recommendations begin on page 123.
Mr. Parrish, are you saying that the staff is recommending to leave it as is?
Yeah, I'll refer you back to the recommendations. Chelsea, again, which page was that?
123 at the bottom is the beginning of the recommendation.
So on page 123 of your packet, you'll see two parts there. You have findings and you have recommendations. So our recommendation is to preserve the existing medium-density residential comprehensive plan for future land use as a transition between the low and the high-density residential land use designations. The next recommendation is if the comprehensive plan land use amendment is denied, leaving it to be the medium-density residential, then staff will not object to the concept plan as presented with the limitation of 91 townhomes, provided the lot dimensions are consistent with the development standards of the R2 zoning district and requirements of the code. However, if the comprehensive plan land use amendment is adopted, and then you have the new high-density land use on that property, the staff, again, does not object to the rezoning request from the R2 to the R3 zoning, with the concept plan as presented with the limitation of 91 townhomes and consistency with the land development code. So again, page 123 is the recommendation.
Member Rice.
Yes, I'm going to make a motion to approve the future land use comprehensive plan amendment as found on page 156 of our agenda, ordinance number XX2002, but on page 156. My motion is to approve that.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Riley,
No.
Vice Chairman Richardson,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Aton,
Yes.
Secretary Grant,
Yes.
Member Rice,
Yes.
Chairwoman Spido.
Yes. Does Member Riley need a reason, Council?
Council would appreciate a reason.
I'm concerned with the fact that it's near a well field. And I'm also, I'm basing this on staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Member Perez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Member Rice.
Yes, and the impervious surface calculations, regardless of what zoning category or anything, remain exactly as is. It doesn't matter if it's zoned commercial. Calculations are 20, 25, and 30%, and you can't get around that, okay? The only difference is the public right-of-way. You take those out, or wetlands you take out too. So my next motion is to approve the rezoning ordinance number XX200022 as found on page 159, with the condition that the site plan is binding to a maximum of 91 units.
Second.
Is there discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Secretary Grant,
Yes.
Member Riley,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Richardson,
Yes.
Member Rice,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Aton,
Yes.
Chairwoman Spido.
Yes. Unanimously passes. Thank you for your presentation. Very comprehensive. Thank you. Do we have anything else? Mr. Parrish,
Yes, ma'am.
functional hours, sir. Okay. What else you got?
Chairwoman, we have 9 speaking cards on this item.
So this last major item tonight is on page 166 of your packet. And this is also a comprehensive plan with a rezoning. The difference here is we have a planned development zoning, a master plan attached to it. So it's a tailor-made zoning on this property with the underlying land use. So on page 166 of your packet. Rodney Honeycutt, who's representing Carl Goetze and Beverly Page Goetze trustees, is requesting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning to allow for a residential use on a 9.7 acre portion of a total 15 acre parcel located at the southwest corner of US 1 and Dairy Road. The remaining 5.3 acres will remain in the commercial high-intensity future land use designation, but will be included in the overall planned development and master plan. I do have a short presentation for you. Again, the entire property, subject property is 15 acres. The applicant is proposing a master plan that illustrates 97 residential units. The majority of them will be duplexes, and with one detached single-family home as a manager's unit. The history behind this property is that when it was annexed, it was put into an industrial land use, and then later on was changed to commercial, which is its current land use on it, with the excerpt of the lumber yard, which is Brevard Lumber, is the remaining portion of this entire development that still has the industrial land use classification. You'll see the map here on the left. That is the existing land use. So that property that's in red there and is the subject property. All of that used to be industrial at one point and was changed into commercial several years ago. The applicant is proposing to change a portion of that into residential. You can see that map on the right side. So what is kind of a teal color, a white beige color there is high density residential land use. And the remaining portion of it that's fronts along US 1 will continue to stay in the commercial high intensity land use. And again, this is right next to Brevard Lumber, which is in gray there. That's the industrial land use. When this was initially brought before us a couple of years ago, we went back and forth with the applicant on this, many versions of this application. The request was to do a straightforward rezoning, land use and rezoning, without much of anything tied to it. Our biggest issue was compatibility, especially the fact that it's adjacent to an industrial land use and industrially zoned property. And the M2 zoning is the most intense industrial zoning that the city has. So the Brevard Lumber could change into something much more intense that's allowed under that zoning. And we thought that a residential use adjacent to that was just incompatible. So we recommended that there would be an alternative that they could probably go through, and that's a planned development process. And that allows us to be able to tailor-make the zoning district and work with them to see if there's some way that could be some alleviate the compatibility issues that we brought up. So they resubmitted their application, and in addition to the land use change, they've submitted the planned development zoning with the master plan. The current land use on the property, which is commercial high intensity, does not allow residential. It allows, it's about 15 acres of commercial, and the floor area ratio, the maximum development potential on that property is more than 600,000 square feet. It usually does not happen, but that is the potential on it. You can see on the image on the bottom of the screen there, what will happen after everything, if everything is approved, that the remaining commercial part will be 5.3 acres adjacent to US 1. The residential portion will be 9.7 acres out of the total 15, which will allow up to 97 residential units. So they're maxing it out. And that will also change the floor area ratio on the commercial portion and reduce it down to potential 200,000 square feet. But based on other development standards of our commercial zoning, that could be less. This is an image of the concept plan that was submitted to us. I did not include every sheet from the concept plan that's in your packet. In fact, it starts on page 212 of your packet. I think there's 3 or 4 sheets there. So you can see the gray area to the top right of the screen is the remaining future commercial area. We did include some conditions about that. We've applied the community commercial zoning district and uses that are listed there with some caveats. no outdoor storage and no animal shelters or things of that nature there in that zoning area, in that commercial portion. There would be a cross access between the commercial and the residential. They are proposing where the drainage or the stormwater facilities would be, the kind of buffer between the commercial and the residential. They'll obviously have to put in some landscaping between the two. The residential portion will have a 20-foot perimeter landscape buffer. However, we did work with them on the portion of the property, a residential portion of the property abutting Brevard Lumber. They are going to put in a 35-foot landscape buffer with additional landscaping that our minimum requires. And they will also have a building setback of 50 feet instead of 25 feet in this zoning district. And so you can also see the layout of the duplexes. And in between the duplexes, you'll see common area courtyards, and they will have also some private patio areas between the buildings too. The gray areas between on the plan there are the parking lots. So they will be angled parking lots throughout the development. So it will function like an apartment complex. It's just designed like a duplex. This will not be platted. It will not come back before the commission or the council through any kind of sketch plat or subdivision process. As far as according to the applicant, they do not intend to plat this. On the sheets 212 and 2 through 215 on your packet, you'll see that the rest of the master plan includes the open space area and the landscaping. So some of the conditions, these are some excerpts of the conditions that, again, we've asked for additional landscaping and screening along the portion of the property adjacent to the industrial Brevard Lumber. There will be a maximum of 97 one-story residential units. Minimum residential setback of 50 feet from Brevard Lumber. Maximum commercial building setback of 35 feet. So that's not a minimum setback, that's a maximum setback. That's different than what our typical code is. And the reason we suggested that is that when you look at the concept plan, the portion that's going to remain commercial adjacent at the corner there of Dairy and US 1 there is the coast-to-coast trail along US 1 there. They're already going to provide a driveway access onto Dairy. We've included a condition in the PD ordinance asking that they do not propose or add another driveway over the coast-to-coast trail onto US 1. We don't think that's necessary. And then when they do develop that, we would encourage them to have a maximum setback so that the buildings are fairly closer to the property edge, closer to the trail, so that you can have restaurants and things of that nature in close proximity to where pedestrians are walking. The permitted uses and standards of the CC zoning district would apply to that commercial area. So with that, I'll try and answer any questions you have. And the applicant, I believe, is here also to answer any questions.
Ms. Riley,
All right.
are there any questions to staff right now by commissioners? Is the applicant here? Mr. Rice? Sorry.
Is it intended that the stormwater that's there will also service the commercial? Is that enough stormwater for that piece of parcel?
Our understanding is that the stormwater master plan for the whole development will apply to both. So it could be shared. It could be a common.
Mr. Perez?
One thing that strikes me is the proximity of this with the other issue that we dealt with today. And I'm wondering, regarding the stormwater in particular, would there be an impact from this development into that other area of Maryland Avenue and whatnot?
I'm not aware of that, other than that what I can answer is that they're going to have to meet our stormwater requirements. This property is, I don't believe, is inside the area of critical concern. And so they just have to meet our standard requirements for stormwater treatment.
Is this property on sewer or septic?
It would be on city sewer. It is adjacent to this property, so they can access it.
Grant.
The only nuisances from Brevard lumber would be sound, am I correct?
That's true. Could be, that's what I would imagine be mostly sound. Could be sight, visual impact too, because Brevard lumber is pretty close to their property boundary.
How much, go ahead.
That's I can't imagine dust so much. I haven't really noticed it. I did walk the property with our arborist and walked around it, and I think really I thought the biggest impacts would be visual and sound.
This minimum 35 feet enhanced landscape area, is that going to be enough? I mean, I know that the setback is 50 feet, so we got, what, 85 feet on the property. Is that going to be enough really to, I'm concerned about the tenants in this project that you're doing here. How would they, I mean, how would it affect them, you think? I mean, would that be enough?
When they first came to us, that was our concern, because I thought we were probably creating an issue, getting ourselves into failure here by allowing residential to be right next to, adjacent to industrial like that without some kind of mitigating factors. So we've worked with the applicant to try and increase the minimum buffer requirement from 20 to 35 feet, plus a solid fence or wall of some sort. I believe they are proposing a fence there with additional trees and larger trees than we typically ask for as well, to provide that immediate screening of possibility there.
Would the fence and the trees be a visual barrier from Brevard lumber and the project? I mean,
we believe so. Yes, sir.
You don't think there's any drainage problem in this area? Because I have never been to Brevard lumber without several car washes, especially in Shed 4, where I was just this Saturday.
I'm not sure, ma'am.
You need to go there. It is half flooded. So, I mean, what is the water table there? I mean, you've got some wetland there, don't you?
I believe there are no wetlands that were identified on the property as far as we could see. And so based on that information, we didn't ask for a wetland delineation. The applicant will have to provide any kind of environmental reports to us, part of the site plan submittal. The applicant probably better answer that question, though, about soils and water table.
Does the applicant want to come forward, please? Who is the applicant? Is that you, sir? Thank you.
I too am tired, so I apologize for your late night. And thank you for being so tolerant for such a long evening. My name is Bob Koch. I'm an architect with Fugelberg Koch. We're a Winter Park-based firm with 58 years of history in Central Florida, BD, before Disney, in case you hadn't figured that out. I had the privilege of working on this building, as a matter of fact, in my fledgling years as a young architect. I'm also accompanied by Rodney Honeycutt with Honeycutt Engineering, who is our civil engineer, and Mr. Tim Burns, who is a partner in the development enterprise. An excellent narrative on the site, so I'll make my presentation very short. He's told you a lot of good things about the site. It's right on the trail. In fact, the sidewalk along Dairy Road, you can see my voice is breaking, sorry. The sidewalk along Dairy Road has also been designed to be a trail component, so it really is well positioned for what I would consider multimodal use in terms of the ability to walk to places like the hospital, by the way, which is only 2 miles away, and the college, which is less than 2 miles away, and the wonderful park that was built across Highway 1 on the east side that is right near us. So it's an extremely attractive location for housing of almost any form. We've talked about the historic occupancy, and I would tell that many of the trees that are on the site are volunteers that have come in over time because historically the site was actually used to manufacture concrete materials. And in fact, the trees are actually embedded around piles of rubble that were remnants of that previous use, all of which will have to be taken out. And in the taking out of that rubble, you're going to compromise the health of the forest that is taken up roots on that site. So it's a sad but factor to consider in terms of harbor protection. However, as you can see, if you drive down Dairy Road, it's a very wooded site on the perimeter, and that perimeter is all within the protected zones that we've got buffers not only between our neighbors, but also a buffer, a substantial buffer along Dairy Road. The site has only one point of access, unfortunately, and it's the access point that you show. There's an existing curb cut that was built into that road when Dairy Road was widened, and we're employing that as the primary entry for all of the uses within the site. That is an easement that cuts through the site and services the lumberyard, Brevard Lumberyard, who we've been working with very collaboratively, by the way, very friendly folks, because that was their alternative means of egress when there was a threat that the median cut that they employ in the highway might be taken away. Of course, crossing the railroad right-of-way, even though the railroad is no longer there, is no easy task either. And so we were reluctantly accepting simply one point of entries. However, we did provide an emergency second point of entry, which is required under the building code, not under the zoning code, whenever you exceed a certain population of units. I'm a faculty member for University of Florida and University of Central Florida. My profession is an architect, and also a faculty member on behalf of Urban Land Institute, which is a national organization that's made up of city officials, municipal planners, private planners, and developers who try to do best practices. And I teach courses in best practices for multifamily development. So I apologize if I tend to come across them from time to time as a professor here. You'll forgive me. I don't mean to be lecturing. At the same time, I think it's important to note that you'll see some sensibilities about the notion of rental housing, as if the rental housing component is a component that invites something less than the best quality of citizens. Yet I would probably suspect that every one of us at some point in our lives been tenants before we bought a home. It is a normal migratory path. In my life, which is approaching 80 years this year, tenants were really renters by necessity. Today, the world has dynamically changed since 2008. And the recession that occurred during that period of time, a tremendous change has taken place. And today, more than 1/3 of all the households in the United States are tenants. 1/3. So 1/3 of the population of your community today is probably a profile of the kind of people that you're likely looking at trying to serve. Concurrently, the rental market is as broad and diverse as the housing market in terms of the income status of the individuals. There are tenant opportunities at the very high end and in the modest end. I'd like to speak very briefly, though, to a comment that was brought up by member staff, and that has to do with our positioning in terms of our product, and we ask you to consider that very seriously. You heard the term missing middle, and it basically refers to those individuals whose household incomes, and I'd say household, not individual incomes, reside at about 120% of median income. So if it's $60,000 median income a household, 120% of that is a $78,000 household income. Well, I don't know if you have a college-age kid ready to graduate or a high school kid ready to graduate, or maybe a nephew that didn't quite make it all the way you wanted to. They're not in that class. They're not in that income stream. They don't have the opportunity to go out and buy a house, no matter what the financing rate may be, and it's creeping up very fast. Because in the last 2 years, we've had 32% inflation in the cost of construction. That's why the resale property values have gone up. It's because the replacement costs have gone up. And more, you see a disenfranchising of that middle income family, that missing middle. The affordable housing community is benefited by the low-income housing tax credit program because those are federal subsidized that allow you to underwrite at least 25% of the cost of the unit so the rents can be proportionately less. And the premium on multifamily product that you heard about today is focusing at the upper end of the economic tier, the $80,000 household income and more. But what about that $60,000 household income? And that's a household income which generally has two wage earners. What if there's only one wage earner? What if they're only making $30,000 a year, respectable salary for my son who just graduated from college? They're completely disenfranchised from any opportunity housing unless it's built with a metal skin and has wheels. And so I submit to you that there is a real missing need in every community, not Titusville. This is a global community. It's part of my educational forum. To meet this need in responsible ways, and there's a lot of ways you can do it. And you don't have to do it with high density, And you don't have to do it multi-story. You can do it in lots of different ways, and that's what we're proposing to you, because what you're looking at in this submittal is something very unique within the industry. It's an evolutionary product that started out west, and we do about 8,000 units a year on a national platform. It's a product that has proven its value in achieving some small mark against the concerns I've just addressed. This is a one-story community. Nobody lives above you, nobody lives below you. It's not 3 stories tall. I don't look down into your yard. You don't look down at my yard. It doesn't take a very big shrub to blind occupancy from neighboring properties. A good 6-foot carpus would do that, wouldn't it? In fact, even a fence around the property would almost isolate any kind of visual-to-visual connection between the neighboring properties. These buildings are scaled individually as duplexes, no larger than a single-family home combined, because the units start at 700 square foot, and they don't exceed 1,200 square foot. So when you put 2 together, you're not building more than about 2,000 square foot. Well, that's a good-sized home, especially if you consider the footprint of a garage at 400 square foot as part of it. So even though you're looking at intense density, you're not always looking at intensity. Because the smaller the unit, the less of the occupancy. The smaller the unit, the less the cars. And so, in fact, when you really look at units, you're not comparing a 700 square foot 1-bedroom house to a 5,000 square foot 5-bedroom house. They're not the same. They don't have the same impact. They don't have the same population. They don't have the same demands. And yet, somehow or another, they're left out of the equation. The renter is a person who needs housing. If they're a single person or a dual person, many times in the apartment, in the younger part of the industry, you'll find that there mingles occupancy. That means 2 young adults. Just like in college, they were roommates. They get out of college, they do the same thing. Why? Because they're trying to break down that housing cost on a per pocket basis. And so this is striving to be really meaningful toward that middle market that you talked about, toward that fireman, toward the nurse, not the doctor, the nurse, the orderly, the teacher in the high school systems that you have today. Look at their salaries. This is the qualifying income that you have to address to merely meet the need. And we believe in it. And this is as much an avocational interest on our part as it is a vocational interest, I have to tell you, if it doesn't come across that way. And so our product is being designed because it tries to accomplish a lot of things that we think have public value. We hope you would agree. At the same time, we believe that the resident and the properly run enterprise that is that housing community they live in are really positive components to the citizens. I would tell you that in projects throughout the country that we work on, the greater majority of people who leave the projects leave to buy. Because rental housing is an incubator for future homeowners. If you moved into a new town, would you buy a house right away, or would you wait for a while to get the tempo of the community? Decide what area is the right place to live in, what's the most convenient place for all the needs that you might have. And so at the end of the day, rental communities are really incubators of buyers. And as they move up the economic ladder, if they like where they live, they buy where they live. And there's plenty of national statistics and studies that show that rental housing doesn't decline property values. Rental housing doesn't increase crime. Now, are there more criminals in rental housing than in standard housing? The answer is actually no. Okay? You have a higher population of people, so it may appear that way. And when you get to older properties that were built in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s that have unfortunately fallen into very derelict times, you can have a concentration of people in need. And so that's an unfortunate reality. But today's new assets are institutional grade. In fact, multifamily apartments are today even more preferred than the institutional assets we thought of just a decade ago, like shopping centers and office buildings. Those have fallen into disrepair because the industry that supports them is completely morphed to this revolutionary period. So, I'm sorry for the bandwagon. I get back to the project. So we have a one-story product. Why one story? 20% of the renters in Florida are over 55. Mobility is an important part. Accessibility is an important part. Physical accessibility, whether it's just because you can't walk or in furniture, your girth is too wide to want to climb stairs, it is an important asset. It's also a privacy asset because many people don't like living in congregate settings. The community, as described, has these little clustered courtyards, which you've seen in the images. I have it. But while the unit is a duplex, the front doors live on opposing sides of the box.
We can't see that.
You can?
Nope.
You didn't get that?
Well, we're kind of sitting at a different angle. Okay, but yeah, use the chairs as. Thank you.
So the unit is a duplex, but the back wall of each unit is the party wall, not the side wall. Does that make sense to you? So when you look at the organization, oh, it's on the top screen, I'm sorry. When you look at the organization, a parking arena here, and these are clustered courtyards. There's a series of handouts for each of you. I'm going to come back to a word that was mentioned earlier today,
Thank you, dear.
and hopefully this will give you some insight. The sociological development of product in the housing market today, especially multifamily housing, has put a number of things on the altar in favor of density. And one of the things that's put on the altar is this concept of neighborhood. If I were to ask you to define a neighborhood, you'd probably say the houses I can see across the street from me. And if I asked you to define the perfect neighborhood, you'd probably say a cul-de-sac. Okay? Think of that now in a multifamily context and imagine where you have ever seen something like that. This product takes units, groups them around a communal arrival courtyard, no unit faces the parking, all the unit faces a communal green, and you create a cluster of 8 dwellings in each cluster that basically become a pedestrian cul-de-sac where they relate to one as a neighborhood. That's an extremely important part of building culture within a community. It particularly is important for seniors, by the way, because they're a little reluctant to make friends when they walk into a 300-unit project and they know no one. But when they walk into an 8-unit neighborhood, they'll meet everyone. So in that context, the site planning also is trying to work in favor of social interface, social integration. Of course, there's one-story buildings. Quite obviously, they're not going to overcrowd the horizon, and they can certainly be less in height than the new trees we plant within just a few years. Because we'll have to plant trees simply for the reasons I've stated. So I offer to your consideration, this is a proposal. And let me say that the net retail area that resides, the 5 acres that are left over, now we're down to what I would consider neighborhood retail. We're not talking about a big grocery store. We're certainly not talking about a Lowe's or a Home Depot, which was the fearful concern that our good friends at Brevard Lumber was concerned about, because under the scenario, they could have occupied this site as well. You know, but you're talking about something like the neighborhood barbershop, the neighborhood nail salon, the neighborhood services, because we're going to populate a good part of that demand, and that brings that into reality. We're not trying to compete with the revised mall location. We're not trying to compete with the big box locations. That's not where it is. And we'll be developing the commercial frontage, just for the record. This is a consolidated parcel. So I've given you about as much windage as I can afford at this hour, but I invite your questions. And Rodney will handle all the technical stuff, which really takes knowledge. Because if you want to ask about things like stormwater and soil conditions.
Member Richardson.
Yeah, I would have to say it's a unique concept for us. But my main objection to it, as you can tell when you see me walk, is it's not handicapped accessible friendly. Approximately 3/4 of the units take a lot of walking that people like me can't make it. So there has to be some handicapped accessible units. And to get from a parking lot to the 4th one back is almost impossible.
Obviously, there are 3 choices before you get there. So you choose like you would a house. The house you want on the lot you want. You choose the apartment you want on the apartment. And if you don't want to walk that far, you don't choose to. But the distances are not that great. I mean, if you think in terms of a 3-story project, which you earlier considered unsuccessfully, you not only have to walk to the building, you've got to walk up 2 or 3 stories, right? A single-story building is more accessible because the entire path is accessible, and the distances are no more great than you would find in any other execution. And in a townhouse, well, you're already living on 2 levels, so you have another mobility.
A certain portion of those units that are accessible to the parking lot should be handicapped accessible.
All, let me underscore this, all the units, 100%, not just the first floor, all the units in a 1-story building meet federal fair housing accessibility guidelines, all of them.
That's not the same thing.
No, the only
ADA
difference.
requirements.
No, or respectfully, ADA requirements, just for the legislators in the room, don't apply to housing. Federal Fair Housing Act applies to housing. ADA applies to the site, and it applies to the common area. So we designed to the Federal Housing Act standards and the state of Florida's accessibility codes. And the path from car to door, the path within the unit, the bathrooms, the kitchens, I have plans here to show you too, are all designed around those clearance standards.
Additional questions of the presenter, please, from commissioners? Are each of these units, what's the square footage on each of these units, sir?
They range from 700 to 1,200, so 700 about 970 and 1,200 square foot, a little under 1,200 square foot.
So
of the
when I
1,
look
2,
at these,
and 3-bedroom sizes.
it's 1,200 square foot in 3 bedrooms?
Yes, ma'am.
No, don't go into detail. I'm not going to argue with you.
No, it's on the plans that you.
No, no, not at 10 o'clock. Okay. Are there cards for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Rodney?
Mr. Honeycutt, do you have a card?
Yes.
Are you one of the cards? You know I'm cranky.
I know, and so I'll be brief.
I'm serious.
I understand.
5 a.m., baby. Okay?
Oh, wow. So,
And it's ticking,
Rodney,
meaning the clock. Okay. Yes, thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Honeycutt.
Rodney Honeycutt, 3700 South Washington Avenue in Titusville. And so, as staff mentioned, the rezoning is from commercial high intensity to commercial high intensity and medium density residential. So when we say we max out the residential, we don't max it out because we're not asking for high residential, which is 15 units per acre. It's medium density. And so there was purpose in that. We had 2 community meetings. The first community meeting, we were requesting an R2 or 3 zoning. And after the meeting and after talking with staff, we decided that it was better to go to a PD so the units could be tied down and everybody could see a plan that what the site would look like. And so with a PD, you submit a master plan, and to me, it's more than a binding plan. It's actually a plan that you follow, or you have to come back and redo it. And so, the compatibility issue with the industrial property. Originally, we didn't have the separation between the two, and so we've agreed to the 35-foot landscape buffer and the enhanced landscaping or 4-inch caliper planted trees instead of 2-inch, so they mature much quicker, and also you give you that visual effect very quick. Utilities, and on site, there's a 10-inch water main in the street that's adequate to serve the site. There is a force main on the site, and there will on Dairy Road, and so there will be a sewer lift station. It'll be private. It'll be paid for by the developer, and it will have dual pumps, and it'll have a standby emergency generator. So we make sure it always works. A traffic study will be required for the city of Titusville, and Dairy Road is a county road, so a traffic study will also be required for the county. So it has to meet both of those. It says in here there's, and the staff, and there was at one time, a land swap with the industrial area, but we were able to get the additional buffer without having to do that, so there is no land swap. There is adequate infrastructure. We talked about water and sewer. It's also garbage. So we're good in that area. It's very convenient that the trail is close by for this. It makes it a great community asset. And I think the last thing I'll quickly go over is that staff recommended approval of the small area scale amendment and the rezoning, and we request that you do the same. Any questions?
Is there any recreation for children in this area? There appears not to be, right?
So across the street is Major Park.
No, that's across a 4-lane highway, sir.
It is with a stoplight and with pedestrian access. Yes.
So there is no recreational
Yes, there is a
plan
recreational
within
component.
this development for
Yes, and
children.
it's shown on the master plan.
Okay, where is it, sir?
It's the stormwater pond on the lower right. It's just across from that.
And what does it consist of?
It's got a clubhouse and a play area. Let me see.
An outdoor play area?
Again, if you look at page 212 through 215 of your packet, you'll see the master plan with all the details about common area and amenities. Yes, ma'am. 212 through 215 of your packet. They are proposing a wider sidewalks and where this labeled as trails with some exercise equipment along those areas. The common areas will be inside. Yes, ma'am.
Children. I want play areas for children. There's a lot of people here.
That we didn't discuss with the applicant.
Okay.
If I can offer into the record the statistical reality, multifamily projects have an average school-age child ratio of 1 child for every 10 bedrooms, because it's primarily an adult community. Certainly that 20% or more in Titusville that's over 55 likely will not have school children, as their grandchildren. And so the population is surprisingly low because the unit sizes are small, 1 and 2 and 3 bedrooms. Normally the children are living in families that are in 3-bedroom houses.
I understand that, sir. I'm just interested in recreational areas. Okay. Are there any additional cards, please?
Rick Schmidt.
Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you. Rick Schmidt, 2645 Smoky Lane. I live directly south of and immediately adjacent to the proposed property. We moved to this location because of the rural setting as well as the wildlife. We've been here since 2014. My wife's a native of Titusville. We have encountered raccoon, fox, coyotes, owls, hawks, eagles, and gopher tortoise. Property they're referring to actually has a couple dozen active gopher turtle holes as well. And I just want to say additionally, and I'm going to go off script because so much has been said today, what he said about the development and for folks who need a place to live, who have low income, totally agree. He's not incorrect. It's location. Earlier we had folks for Sisson Road, and they made a really eloquent argument to place a medium to high density off of Sisson, but they're replacing it within a high density area, precisely where it belongs. Y'all voted unanimously. You were unanimous, as you should have been, because it's a proper location for that. This is not. This is exactly the opposite. We're putting medium density in an area that is not whatsoever high density or anything. It's just rural. And it doesn't make any sense. Y'all had questions for them, and they were all geared towards what it's good for the residents, the future residents, but she didn't ask about the current residents of this neighborhood. It doesn't suit us. We moved to that location because it's rural. These types of developments certainly are necessary, but it's all about location. As far as the roads go, folks are going to not drive down Dairy because it's going to back up. Got two entrances onto Dairy. It's going to back up. What folks are going to do is they're going to go down Old Dixie. They're going to go down the very area that y'all already shut down next to the hospital, that other development near us. And so it will affect that location. People do what people do. They're going to go around traffic. That's what happens. If they don't go down Old Dixie, they'll continue down next to Singleton, thank you. And no, I'm actually thinking of LaGrange. They'll go to LaGrange to US 1 where it's very low. You can't see very well. It's difficult to see. You will have accidents on that road because you're going to have more volume trying to turn on US 1 there. There's no light there. Concrete that was mentioned, exactly correct. Historically, there was a concrete facility there. Also, historically, they put asbestos in concrete. So if this does go through, I would insist that there be some concrete, some type of a plan, look into the asbestos to make sure that there is no, it needs to be removed safely. Additionally,
Do you have an additional minute?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additionally, you were referring to the children, correct? It's good to think about the kids in a development like that. I just want to point out, and it wasn't mentioned, there is a juvenile mental health facility directly across the street before you get to the park. It's right across the street. And those folks get loose a lot. They come over to the property actually where they're looking to develop. That's where they catch them. And that's just all I want to say. Don't rezone. I think it's a good idea. It's not good for the area. It's better for the area like Sisson.
Thank you very much. Is there an additional card?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I do one more thing?
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I have 196 signatures from folks who live in our area, the rural area. And it says, we, the undersigned members of and friends of LaGrange community, respectfully request that you consider our position against R3 multifamily zoning proposal on Dairy Road, approximately 600 feet west of US 1. Currently, only zoning other than single resident is a lumberyard, nursery, cemetery, church, bee farm, and one multifamily unit that contains 2 units. Spot zoning to allow for a 100-unit multi-family crowded complex will completely delete the single-family picturesque community firmly established for decades.
How'd you get the signature, sir?
We walked the community.
Okay, thank you so much. You obviously had a community meeting, right? Yes? 2?
We did.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Additional cards, thank you so much. Yes.
Kay St. Ange.
Ms. Ange.
Kay St. Ange, Maryland Avenue. The code spells out the criteria to be considered when rezoning. High on the list is the environmental impact of the proposed rezoning. To build row after row of duplex units with parking spaces on this 9.7 wooded acres, hundreds of trees will be destroyed. These woods are part of a wooded corridor full of ancient trees that extends south to Arthur Dunn Airport and north into the parkland of Chain of Lakes, forming a wildlife corridor greenbelt that makes North Titusville a haven for eagles, hawks, swallowtail kites, and the sparkling painted bunting. Destroying these trees will destroy bird and wildlife habitat, increase polluted stormwater runoff to the nearby lagoon, and increase temperatures in the community. As staff has indicated, a new residential development will need to address potential impacts to wildlife habitat and protected species and the need for permits through the appropriate state agencies. Staff admits the parcel is heavily wooded and suggests that some of the existing native vegetation be preserved by integrating it into the development. The average lot size within 500 feet of the property to the south in Smoky Lane, where many of these residents live, is 1 acre and has a distinctly rural setting. Residents have lived in these rural homesteads for decades. As staff indicates, the transition between commercial and rural residential uses, such as duplexes next to 1 acre residential, could be better supported with half-acre or quarter-acre lots rather than duplexes. That's what staff has said. Another criteria considered is if there are substantial reasons why the property cannot be used in the existing zoning district. Well, apparently not, as 5.44 acres of this parcel are to remain community commercial for future development. Likely the remaining 9.7 acres could also be used for commercial development. As the property is close to the bike trail, a sidewalk cafe or bicycle shop might be considered. Residents of Smoky Lane would much prefer a commercial enterprise rather than a high-density duplex complex with 24/7 traffic. After all, this proposed rezoning is not consistent with the development in the area, as there are no other multifamily residential complexes in this general area. Consider denying this application for rezoning. Preserve this wooded greenbelt while reducing impact on the nearby lagoon. Preserve this rural setting for the residents. Provide ecotourism opportunities for bicyclists and birders by retaining the current community commercial zoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional
Noel
cards,
Castro.
please.
Hi, my name is Noel Castro, 2650 Smoky Lane. A little nervous.
Don't be nervous.
Surprised to be here. But I needed to be here because...
We're nervous all the time.
I needed,
Take a deep breath.
I needed to be here
You're
because
cute.
if I don't speak my mind and something happens
Do it.
opposite of what I want, I want my property to be left alone, and I don't want to have such an ugly picture of homes alongside my property. I've got over almost 300 feet of linear feet that abuts to this property that they want to build. And I just keep thinking of all, they keep telling me that I'm going to have a 20-foot buffer along that 300 plus feet. And I keep saying to myself, but I've got areas currently that I can see right through beyond 20 feet. And they say they're going to plant all these trees and put up a fence. And I'm going to say, well, who's going to take care of that fence when the hurricane comes and blows it down? Who's going to be responsible for that? Or who's going to be responsible for the kids that are going to be traveling through my property to cut through so they don't have to walk an extra 2 blocks around the corner to get to where? There's nothing there for them. The only place for the kids are to go across the street, and all they're going to do is get hit by a car or travel on that bike path and get shot, like somebody else who just got shot on that bike path. It's insane. So I am a product of the Boys and Girls Clubs, okay? Raised in the Boys and Girls Clubs. And I have been a firefighter for the last 32 years. And I have spent 10 years of my life as a physical therapist at Vista Manor. So I know what's going on. I've been in Brevard County for over 30 years, 32 years to be exact. And I've seen so much changes, it's amazing. But what really gets me is that I love Titusville so much, but they want to bring, I look at that picture and I think about Hogan's Heroes. I look at that picture and I think about the concentration camps of World War II, where they put the people, it's green, but they had all these people just packed into these buildings and they had nowhere to go. Where's the kids gonna play at? It looks green, but there's no space for the kids to play. Okay? Where are they gonna go? The YMCA is 4 miles down the road, if not further. So I think Titusville, just last comment, I think Titusville really needs to focus on the younger kids. I mean, that YMCA is small. It needs to grow. It can grow. And there's a whole lot more space over there that would benefit those kids than up here where they want to present this. There's space over there for not this kind of housing, though. I totally disagree with that. That's
Thank
all
you.
I got. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Do we have another card?
Michelle Kirby.
Ms. Kirby?
I appreciate that you're tired. I stayed up till 3 doing tax returns, so I'm tired. I live on Dairy Road, 2915 Dairy Road. I've lived there for 27 years. I've lived in Florida for 47 years in Titusville, lived in Sherwood. Dairy Road is horrible. It is so congested. The road, it floods, and every time it floods, there's huge potholes. It has extensive bus traffic. There's 3 schools right there. There's an elementary school. Well, first there's I'm going to run out of time if I tell you what there is. You know what's there. There's no drainage. So this is 2021 fiscal year still, correct? So your thing says encourage managed growth by using low impact development principles as a means of developing an attractive built environment while protecting and conserving our natural resources. The city continues to focus on projects to improve the infrastructure and protect the Indian River Lagoon. Well, the Indian River Lagoon is part of the chain of lakes, which is right down the hill from that. And we have terrible stormwater drainage on Dairy Road. They said they're going to put in their own pump. Where are they going to pump it? And also quality of life. We're all here because you guys said we could have quality of life, and that's what we want. This isn't going to give us quality of life. It's going to make it hard for us to get around on that road. They are going to go down Old Dixie Highway. Old Dixie Highway is a 2-lane road, and right here is the phone pole. You can't even hardly go down that. They had to add a stop sign because there were so many accidents. Also, goal, quality of life, adopted tree protection and low impact development ordinance. This is what the city has done. And I don't see this meeting this annual report at all. I don't know. It's a sand ridge. There's birds and trees and beautiful. I walk by it all the time. I have a picture on my phone. There's a sign that says careful equestrian area right there. It's all large pieces of property. Some houses are smaller, but all the pieces of property are larger. And the neighborhoods, there are a couple of them that go through there, are in the city on one side, and the other side is the county. So I think that half of Dairy Road is city and half is county. It just depends on who you ask. And I guess that's all I really have. We do have flooding. We need low density land use. We don't need the medium. And the Grange Cemetery is a historical cemetery that's right there. I mean, there's a lot of things in that area that just don't fit that. That's great for somewhere, but I don't think it's great for there. So,
thank you.
Stacy Kirby.
Ms. Kirby?
Stacy Kirby. I'm at 2660 Smoky Lane, and we actually, that's right in our backyard. We moved to Smoky Lane about 3 years ago. The reason we moved up there was because of a tree in my front yard. And that area of Titusville is just beautiful. I mean, to take away any more trees would just be a travesty. We've got all kinds of wildlife. We've got gopher tortoises, we've got bobcats, we've got everything. It's just a rural area. And we're close, to everything too, so we could pretend that we're not in the city. But aside from the personal reasons of not wanting this in our backyard, the Indian River Lagoon is going to be impacted with all of these density changes. And if we can't, I know that we're not going to halt progress in the long term, but I would ask that you at least consider just waiting until our river is in better shape to change all of these density requests, because the river is dying and it really needs our attention. And that's really all I have to say. I don't want to see any more trees. I don't want this in my backyard. We didn't move there to have that in our backyard. We moved there to stay there for the rest of our lives. But on the grander scale, I think the river needs our attention, and the river really needs to be consideration in developments like this.
Thank you.
James Kirby.
Mr. Kirby. It's okay.
I don't know who he. We'll meet later. So a resounding theme tonight through all the presentations that we've seen is that property has value. Right? That's been an ongoing theme throughout the night. Well, peace and quality of life has value as well. She mentioned the house and the tree. If you want to see a truly magnificent tree come by, it is absolutely gorgeous. But one of the things that came up during staff's presentation, I found very interesting. And I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that everybody else is going to say, but I found it very interesting that they're proposing a 20-foot landscape barrier between 97 homes in my backyard of the house that I bought to retire in and probably get carried out of one day. A 20-foot barrier, but a 35-foot barrier between 97 homes and an industrial area. Why don't existing residents get that same sort of concession? Why is buffering the industrial area for potential residents more important than buffering existing residents from what could, I'm not going to say it will, but could have a drastic impact on our quality of life? The other things mentioned, flooding, traffic. As you all well know, there's a significant number of traffic accidents at Darien US 1 every year. And now you're going to add the potential for, let's just call it 180 more vehicles traveling multiple trips a day through that area. They can tell us that we've got retention ponds, we're going to put pumps with backup generators. It's not going to have a stormwater impact. We all know that's not true. It will have a stormwater impact. And if you look at the topography of that area, everyone knows if you flood water out into Dairy Road, it's going to go right down the hill, across the road, and follow its way all the way out through Chain of Lakes into the lagoon. So I respectfully request that you consider denying this, not only for my peace of mind and my quality of life, but for the good of the neighborhood in general. Thank you.
Angie DeLeach.
Do you need to spell your name?
Deloach, DELOACH -Morales. I am not going to repeat all the arguments that have been made, the property values, the land zoning that's currently there. Sorry, I live at 2655 Smoky Lane. And that back road that you see there, it's where a lot of the people live that have spoken tonight. I know my neighbors, love my neighbors. This is especially personal to me because I don't know if you know the history of the LaGrange community. My great-great-great-great-grandfather, David Nathaniel Carlisle, established that area based on a land grant he received in 1857, I believe. And he moved his family here. And I speak tonight for the 5 family members who still live there in that block behind that development. And the reason why that area in this community is still predominantly rural is because of my family and my family that still lives there. And I can even say my very feisty and ornery grandmother refused annexation into the city because she said, over my dead body. Well, she's gone now, but we're still here. And I'm proud of the community that still exists there. We're not afraid of progress. We don't want to stop progress, but there is a place for different types of progress. As you see, my neighbors all moved into this area. Some of them moved into my family's homes, but it's remained the same community, tight-knit community, LaGrange community. So that's why I hesitate this approval. And yes, we had 2 community meetings in which the gentleman was asked specifically if the community didn't want it, what would happen? He told us at the first meeting that they would walk away. They don't want to be a problem in the community. The second meeting, he was asked the same question and referenced his answer to the first one, and he said that we can't walk away, we've invested too much money. Well, sir, I'm going to tell you my family has invested their lives into that land, and we're not walking away. On a separate issue, something that's recently come up, somebody asked about whether it was on septic or the water situation. Well, some of us are on well water. And this is concerning to me because I don't have an answer to this question that's come up in the past 2 years. In 5 years, I've lost 1 family member and 3 pets to cancer. And we have well water. In the past 2 years, I've lost 3 pets, all to tumors from well water, I'm pretty sure, because that's the only thing they all have in common, 2 dogs and a bird. So I have to now do a private testing of that, which I'm trying to research to get to the bottom of it. I can't imagine that that's going to help our water quality around there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there another card?
No more cards.
That's it? Okay, I'm going to close, open discussion from commissioners.
Ms. Spidell, if I can just point you to the commission to page 185 of your packet.
185?
Yeah, the reason I'm pointing you to that is that lists the findings that staff made on this application. It's one of the last pages of the staff report. And we identified items that could be used to help support the request. And then there are items that could be used potentially to help not support the request. And then following that, we have our recommendations. So we believe staff worked with the applicant, and our recommendation is approval because we believe we put in enough conditions in part of the master plan and the conditions of the land development ordinance. But we understand there's still some concerns. So these were our initial findings, and we included that in our staff report here.
And Chairwoman, remember there's an opportunity for rebuttal if necessary or asked for.
Questions or comments do commissioners have, please? Have a rebuttal, sir? Rebuttals?
Thank you again. The site is zoned commercial. It has vested rights and entitlements. It has a floor area ratio potential that's massive to make this look like a little development by comparison. It would create parking requirements, traffic requirements that would far exceed what we've proposed. This is moving toward a more environmentally sensitive, a more commuter responsive alternative to what exists and what is allowed. I submit to you, it is meeting your city's vision.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Faison.
Progress is happening. Titusville is growing, whether we like it or not. As citizens, you guys have heard me say tonight, they're building 91 townhomes across the street from me. It's happening. It's coming, and we can't really stop it. I agreed with what the council voted with my home because no matter what we voted, it still allowed them to put those homes there, whether we wanted to or not. So growth is going to happen. It's coming near you. It's all over Titusville. Well, I believe what he's proposing is a minimal amount of growth to help the maximum amount of people with a single family home. This is something I can agree with because it helps the people that live here today, not those that are coming tomorrow. I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. For those that don't want growth near you, I agree. I don't want those 91 townhomes near me. There's an accident every 3 weeks right at the top of my street. Every 3 weeks, like clockwork. Okay, so I just want to just say that I agree with this. I thank you for what you're doing. For those that live near this place, I understand. You guys were saying, put those 91 homes over there. That's near me. You agreed to put it near me, but you don't want it near you. Imagine how I felt to hear you say that. So I agree. Just want to let the council know that I agree with this plan because it helps the people of Titusville. Not those that are coming, but those that are here. I have a brother who is disabled, needed a one-bedroom apartment. Rent for one bedroom in Titusville is $900. In a decrepit place, not a brand new place, in a decrepit place. So if we're going to get affordable housing in Titusville, I stand behind it.
I compliment the developer on the affordability, but I question the location. Seriously. There is little to no support for food, drugs, services in this particular area. You've promoted it for perhaps 55 or over, and those people would still have to drive. I agree with Mr. Richardson that this is not a positive handicap or a senior citizen development in its present design. Again, I compliment the affordability, but I just don't think this is the right place to provide this. And I'm very concerned with the impact of the environment. I too think that any stormwater runoff, it's in a prime place for runoff. And I've never been to Brevard Lumber without going through the mud and the water. So there's got to be a drainage problem out there. So those are my wise or stupid views this evening. Do you have any, Mr. Richardson?
Yes. This reminds me of Mayberry, well laid out neighborhood. But that reminds me up on the wall, Anniston Army Depot. That's cramming too many people in too small a space. And I know handicapped accessibility of handicap housing because I'm meeting with an architect Tuesday to design one for me. And none of those are handicapped accessible. They might be on the inside, but to get from parking, there's just so many handicapped accessible parking spaces and having to walk so far. And I agree with Chairman Spidell, and I don't see any recreational facilities for children. And I resent the remark of there's a park across US 1. I'd like to see 8 and 10-year-olds make it across US 1. We're already one of the highest rated bicycle and people trying to walk across the street. We're one of the 4 highest rated in the country. So I think it's a good idea. Just needs to be much less dense, and there needs to be some additional things thought out rather than it's too jam-packed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rice, do you have a comment, sir?
Yeah, a couple. Couple questions, and then one of the things I'm struggling with a little bit is living next to community commercial versus R9. I really think R9 is lesser of an impact than commercial site next to residential. I'm struggling with the desire to have the commercial but reject residential. I would like to know, I think this gentleman here did say one thing that made a lot of sense to me. Why not increase the buffer next to the homes that are existing and minimize the buffer next to the industrial? Because people buying a unit in there are buying in knowing that's industrial. So that, you know, that just made some sense to me, that maybe that could be something that could be done in the site plan. Staff, the 30-foot right-of-way buffer in the front is required by code, 30 feet, or is it 20?
I believe that segment of Dairy Road, just that segment where this property is, I think believe is 30 feet.
What?
I believe it's 30 feet, but I have to confirm with you.
Because, you know, if it was 20, but they're doing 30, why not move it back to 20 and put the extra 10 in the back and shift things that way? I mean, that would also add the additional buffer where sort of from the residential 4, I think is what the county calls it versus the R9. Tree preservation ordinance. Mr. Honeycutt, do you know have you looked at that and surveyed the trees and what trees are there? Sorry.
There's currently not a tree survey, but the site is high in sandy soils. I know at Brevard Lumber, they have problems there, but that's because there's no pavement, so they have mud holes in that sandy soil, and that's why it's wet when it rains. But the soil's high, so that tends to lead, you don't have to fill a lot, and you can save some trees in the courtyard area and in the buffer.
But you haven't done a tree survey yet?
There's not a tree survey. Yeah, we do that in the site plan process. Yeah.
So in the site plan process, I mean, you're going to have to redesign if there's preservation trees that you need to keep.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, you don't really have much of a choice with the ordinance. You can mitigate some. I think, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, at the survey 14 and up or 6 inch and up, 14 is significant. 26 is...
You'd like to give me a moment to look at the code?
Okay, if you would, just tell them what it is, and then I know Heritage is like 46, where you can't touch it. So I think that's important to know, because I think the design, I'm a little concerned about it from a design perspective. If we were to pass this and make it binding, not knowing where the trees are, you may be coming back.
You can shift the buildings. We can't increase the density though.
Right. So I would like to know the road landscape. I'd like to know the tree requirements. And then, have you done an environmental assessment on the property yet?
No, not yet.
You haven't done that? Or were you aware of the concrete asbestos possibly issue?
Concrete we're sure about, yeah.
Okay.
Have
they done a phase 1 study on it? Do you know if they've done a phase 1 on the property?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay, and would you object to changing some of the buffers?
If we can. That's really more the developer question, but yeah.
Okay. Well, that's true. I guess you'll change anything that he tells you you need to change. So I guess the question to you is, if the buffers along the road are different and changing the buffers along the residential county property can be increased, would you be willing to try to do that?
We're willing to be as flexible as we can within the parameters of the site. The buffer was one of the things that we added between the first and the second neighborhood meeting, just for the record, was a contribution. Additionally, we also gave right-of-way on the south side of the property to a road because our property line extends into that right-of-way to ensure that road would never be disturbed. So, I mean, we've been creating offsets all the way through the process, and we're here to find the common ground like anybody else. So this has been done reasonably accurate, but there's more accuracy required before we get the site plan. Let me say that 20 foot doesn't sound like high, but it's much, but it's taller than a building. I mean, these are one-story buildings. They're not two-story, not three-story. And that's the buffer. And then you have the sidewalk, and then you have the setback building on only a few selected areas. In most cases, the buildings are much further apart.
Staff, what'd you find out?
In section 30-31, paragraph C, there's a table there. And a significant tree are trees that are 14 inches, equal to or greater than 14 inches and less than 20. Specimen trees are equal to or greater than 20 inches and less than 46 inches. And a heritage tree is equal to or greater than 46 inches.
And what'd you find about the landscape buffer along Dairy Road?
Oh, that's definitely 30 feet.
It
along
is
there.
30 feet?
Yeah, that's required to be 30 feet. That map actually identifies that one particular segment, not all of Dairy Road, just that one segment is 30 feet.
Sorry.
And then the rest of it going west can be 20.
And that's not something that can be varianced or changed?
It's possible they could probably get a variance to that, but that's a separate process, before the Board of Adjustment. I just want to say one thing about the industrial. From a land use perspective, this was a classic case of residential next to industrial, and that's been the basis of Euclidean zoning since the beginning. So we've had a big issue with that from a land use perspective. If you want to reduce that buffer, we would highly recommend doing something to help replace it with something else. I'm not sure what that would be, but screening and mitigating the impact of that industrial, which could be converted to anything else that's allowed in an M2, would have a huge impact on a residential.
I get it. I mean, I live downtown. I hear street parties all the time. Not desirable, but I chose to live there. So I moved there. But it was there before I was there. Okay, so I made a conscious decision. Okay, that's the difference, the way I look at it. I really do look at it that way.
Do I have any other, Mr. Alton?
Looking at the plan, is there any restrictions with setbacks and everything on the part that's left commercial? Could that border move closer to US 1 if those are going to be strip centers, barber shops, whatever? Do they run out of space that if we slid everything over to still maintain the density they need to make the project viable, but increase the buffers on all of the other sides? Are they hitting anything on that?
So you're suggesting maybe making the commercial area a little smaller so that gives them more flexibility?
And get more buffer area around the perimeter.
Yeah.
The only key restriction, the existing curb cut on Dairy, which has pre-established, and it's a distance back from the highway that was required by DOT. Okay. So while we get into the area where the retention ponds are, there could be flexibility there, but that one corner, hard corner.
And can the retention ponds potentially be moved closer to the buffer to create? I mean, I'm thinking about what we've talked about earlier with the concrete crushing place, and one of the things that made it interesting was that the retention actually contributed to the buffer. Here, the buffer or the retention's all in the interior of the property, and you're not getting the benefit of retention to create a buffer between residential or the other residents.
The analysis of where the retention had to do with the fact that this is a knob, is a high point. If you come up Dairy Road, you can see it goes up fairly aggressively as you come to the west from the highway. And so the site leans the east. You always place the retention closer to the lowest point that you can. And the retention pond is positioned where it not only is at the lowest point for the multifamily portion, but also adjacent to the commercial portion where they can back drain toward. So could it be used? We have some buffer on that, some landscape or retention on that side. You play with that deck of cards as you can.
Yeah, I agree with Bryce that increase buffers along the perimeters. That, I mean, I'm counting ceiling tiles here, and I'm 30 feet. So 20 feet doesn't seem like.
So you're more concerned about, I'm just curious about the commission's concern about this. Is it about the width of the buffers or what's in that buffer?
Both.
Consider. So when you make your recommendation, if you're going to suggest something that's bigger than what's already required by code, code requires now 20-foot landscape buffer for residential developments adjacent to another residential development with certain minimum landscaping. That's it. So if you want to consider something else, you could say, instead of increasing the width, maybe adding something into that buffer.
I think Mr. Anton made when you have buffer plus the retention pond, it visually is a much better barrier. I mean, it adds a barrier. Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to die in a minute anyway.
Very tired too. I appreciate the thought of putting the buffers closer to the existing residential properties, because not only does it create more of a visual barrier, it creates a physical barrier as well.
Yeah.
Because we also have to be concerned about the security of our properties.
So you like that?
I do like that idea because, again, it gives a more, not only a visual barrier, but a physical barrier as well, that I have less concern with somebody coming through that 20-foot wooded area and coming onto my property. Now there's a body of water in place that makes it much.
It's a great play area too. Okay. Thank you. Do I have any other comments from commissioners? Yes, Mr. O'Toole.
Mine's more a mechanical question of, since this was presented as a PD, do we actually condition and vote anything, or do we say come back based on comments if you're so inclined that you've heard that the buffers need to be bigger and we're not going to figure that out tonight, or how does all that work? Mechanical side of this.
Commission could continue this at your next meeting. The final public hearing before City Council is on April 26th.
So you're saying that you could possibly table this situation?
I would talk to the description of page 195, because I think that's what he's asking about, is the ordinance language. And if it needs to be changed, either you would recommend the specific language tonight or table it to be revised and presented again. But on page 195, you have a section of the PD ordinance that governs what the buffering and screening would look like. If you see what I'm talking about, then you can see where amendments may be made to the item before it's approved.
And that's 1.12?
Correct. Yeah, Chelsea's pointing out the buffering and screening section of the draft ordinance that would govern this property with the master plan. And so you'll see there's a 6-foot tall opaque fence or wall along the property line with an evergreen hedge that will grow to at least 6 feet within a year. And so on the master plan, that fence is illustrated on the perimeter of the property. In addition, adjacent to the industrial park, there'd be a 4-inch DBH canopy trees at planting spaced a minimum 30 feet apart. So you could, if this is the area, if you're concerned, this area section of the ordinance could be amended. Or you could ask the applicant to come back with some amendments to that at your next meeting. Either way, though, we would highly recommend and strongly recommend that you give the council an up and down vote on this at your next meeting at the latest, before their April 26th meeting.
Do you have comments from additional commissioners on that proposal? As a possibility. Ms. Riley?
Due to the late hour, I think it'd be a great idea for us to continue this to the next meeting.
Thank you.
I'm just making a comment.
I would like to call for a motion on this agenda item, whether it be to table or.
I move to table the item until the next meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Perez?
Yes.
Member Aton?
Yes.
Member Rice?
Yes.
Member Riley?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Richardson?
Yes.
Secretary Grant?
Yes.
Chairwoman Spidell?
Yes. I'd like to say to the developer in the petitioner that this was an excellent presentation. The hour killed you. Okay, so I'd like for you to come back. I also would like area residents to return too. This is an important decision. To table is an unanimous decision. Do I have any petitions or requests tonight by any person present. Mr. Richardson.
Brad, I got a couple of questions. We found out this item that we just tabled won't be heard at council for 3 more weeks. Are all these items like this? Or how many were like this? We particularly come with maybe 1 or 2 items on the agenda, and then we'll come with a loaded agenda.
The agenda is created based on the time we receive an application and and finishing all the requirements that the applicant needs to follow through. So it just happened to fall on these dates in April, even with some delays on some of the applications. It wasn't something that was planned out. The first reading for the small scale amendment ordinances are scheduled before City Council on April 12th. But the second reading, actual adoption of the ordinances, and public hearing is scheduled for April 26th. So they will hear all 3 of these small scale amendment ordinances.
Just be kinder, okay? Just think about this, okay?
The first reading of ordinances are going to be scheduled for April 12th, but the final advertised public hearing will be on the 26th.
City staff, do you have anything?
Other than that, you will, in addition to your item that you tabled to the 20th, you will have another small scale amendment brought before you.
I'll
most
come
likely
tomorrow
that
as
night.
long as it's daylight.
The next Planning and Zoning Commission meeting is the 3rd Wednesday, April 20th, same time, 6 o'clock here. That's correct.
I don't know what the agenda is, but I think I can promise to move it up. It's hurting you. It's hurting everybody.
Old item.
Raise your hand if it's not hurting you. Thank you. No, the teacher that has to get up at 5 a.m. Okay. Council, do you have anything for us? Do you have a report for us? City Attorney? Do you have anything for us? Petitions, requests? City Attorney?
I have nothing.
Nothing? Okay. I'm adjourning this meeting. Thank you very much, and thank you especially the residents who've come out this evening.